All right. Looks like we are going. All right. We're going to get going on this. Dog and the cat are fighting. As per usual, as the dog tries to eat everything around me. And if I feed him, he'll pee and poop inside the house. So that's nice. All right. So. Discovered that federal effect of ferroelectric crystals will increase 1,000. Photovoltaic effect of ferroelectric crystals, but not standard solar panel silicon technology. 3 different materials are arranged periodically in a lattice. In their study, they created crystalline layers of barium titanate, strontium titanate, and calcium titanate, or titanate, which they alternatively placed on top of one another. This breakthrough finding could significantly increase the efficacy of solar cells and was published in the Journal of Science Advances. Currently, most solar cells are silicon-based and their efficiency is limited. Therefore, researchers have been exploring new materials such as ferroelectrics like barium titanate and mixed oxide made of barium and titanium. Unlike silicon, ferroelectric crystals do not require a pin junction to create photovoltaic effect. This means that they do not require positively and negatively doped layers, making it easier to produce solar panels. That's nice. However, the pure barium titanate does not absorb much sunlight, resulting in relatively low photocurrent. Latest research has shown that combining extremely thin layers of different materials significantly increases the solar energy yield. The researchers discovered that the photovoltaic effect is greatly enhanced if the ferroelectric layers alternates not only with one but 2 different paraelectric layers. This was achieved by embedding barium titanate between strontium titanate and calcium titanate using a high power laser to vaporize and redeposit the layers on a crystal or a carrier substrate. On carrier substrates, producing a material made of 5,000 layers that 500 layers, not 5,000 layers, that is about 200 nanometers thick. It's quite thin, actually. When conducting the photoelectric measurements, the new material was irradiated with laser light. The results were surprising as compared to pure barium titanate of similar thickness. The current flows up to 1,000 times stronger, even though the proportion of barium titanate as the main photoelectric component was reduced by almost 2/3. The interaction between the lattice layers appears to lead to a much higher permittivity, allowing electrons to flow much more easily due to the excitation by light photons. This effect is very robust and remained nearly constant over a 6-month period. Further research is necessary to determine exactly what causes this outstanding photoelectric effect. However, the potential demonstrated by this new concept can be used for practical applications in solar panels. The layer structure shows a higher yield in all temperature ranges than pure photoelectrics, and the crystals are significantly more durable and do not require special packaging. That is very significant, truthfully. You might not understand why, perhaps. Like, my initial is like, oh, it's not solar panels that were doped. Because it's like, that's what I was expecting it. Like, doped solar panels with this barium titanate and strontium titanate and calcium titanate layering. Which I've heard of layering different substrates of solar panel technology to get as much as they can from the various wavelengths of light that hit our Earth from our star that we orbit. And it being really rather efficient. But of course, there's a lot of efficiency losses as there's heat and other essentially electricity that doesn't really want to move. It kind of gets stuck around. But for the most part, they're fairly efficient. They're just also very expensive to produce as well, which isn't necessarily a bad thing in terms of production, because everything's kind of expensive to initially produce, and then once manufacturing ramps up, it becomes typically pretty cheap over time. But that being said, it's like this did not specify the standard photovoltaic effect, meaning I don't know what wave frequency it's really kind of tailored towards, and I don't know how it's compared to regular solar panels in terms of its actual efficiency of converting light to electricity. It's still really interesting, and it's a very impressive effect. I just don't know all that stuff that would allow for me to maybe think of it like a this kind of use case scenario or application. Like, I can tell someone to use this over a regular solar or photovoltaic from this research article, which lovingly was produced by Mick Mikor. Yes, I'm aware. That is that person's name, Mick Mikor. It almost sounds fake. Like a stage name, maybe. Perhaps I am incorrect, but it feels like I could maybe not be. I might not be. Like, the guy's name honestly probably is that. It's like, honestly, like a Marvel Universe character. It's like he was Jimmy Jimson. You know what I mean? The Jimson weed guy. It's like, that's who he is, Jimmy Jimson, the Jimson weed guy. Okay, Jimson weed guy, we don't really need Jimson weed around here. He's a Marvel character. He just puts you into a Jimson weed kind of trance. Oh, right, a massive deliriant hallucination stage. I'd prefer not to. So that's kind of what that is. Yeah. All right. Researchers realized complete family of logic gates using silicon on silica waveguides at 1.5 nanometer. That little U with a spike on it is nanometer, which they don't have that on my keyboard, so I don't know how to put that there. So we just use N and M. You know what I mean? All logical gates, optical logic gates, are essential elements for the optical processing of information, since they overcome the fundamental difficulties of their electronic counterparts, in particular, the limited data transfer speed and bandwidth. Which they're not wrong. That's literally why I use optical versions of, pin set / change from logic gate, from electricity, quantum tunnel, and a lot of my concept designs that then switch it over to a elicitation of photons that then get coherented and properly spaced in their pulse width modulation, like a version of Morse code. It tends to also reflect it back both ways, so that way you have a detector and elicitor, creating what is essentially a version of a fiber optic back and forth. Instead of only one direction, we get a back and forth, which is really, really important, because it means that the wavelengths that are inside can become far more nuanced. Like, more bandwidth is usually what people will go with, but for me, it's like I happen to have it be error correcting through that, and then making sure that it stays stable on its delivery to and from, while also gaining a bandwidth increase from doing that. And so, like, if I do that both ways, it makes it a little better. That's another reason why I use an analog pin set computer, and then like at the top, it goes from the top and then down. So I use this analog style of rough calculation network, at the top, which is like not silicon anymore. It's often crystalline structures that have very, very, very high relativity rates in their version of a well, we can't call them round, but we can't call them square. It's a very specific geometric shape that allows for it to angle itself really, really, really well through it. And then we make sure that the wavelengths going through are very, very, very low interactional profile for the not silicon, the crystalline, the gemstone, really more at that point, which isn't really sapphire or diamond. I typically go with what is it? Shit, it's been forever. Periodic table of elements, save me! I forgot. Periodic table of elements. Periodic table of elements. Alright. So let's see here. We use beryllium and oxygen with not fluorine. This is a phosphorus. That's what it was. Phosphorus. And so, like, when layered in a crystalline structure, it creates a version of a very low interactive profile for a very significant portion of IR to UV wavelength structures and of light. And it typically makes it such that the information coming through, the interaction it does happen to elicit is a what's a way to put that, for pressure and oscillation, vibration, stuff like that, turns it into the same wavelength of light photon that will also travel along, but it's now polarized. That's the issue, is like it polarizes it in a weird way that makes it such that my dog's eating something next to me. He's just pulling apart this box. Phaser, no. Anyways, it polarizes it, but then it collapses. It's because it's in a superpositional polarizational state, and so then it jumps and then it travels along the same way with all the rest of the photons that are going the same way. So it tends to make it pretty nice. Pretty cheap in terms of that, but it's like the way I have to manufacture it is a bunch of lasers, plasma, deposition, together with a charge, and then electromagnetic literal knock. I have to knock it essentially down and keep it stuck where it's at. And so in order to do that, I have to fire it and then make a big old electromagnetic field, like beep, like a big boom, and then it's done. It knocks it in. Which is like all to say it basically layers it almost atom by atom. Like we start with a plasma and then we charge, and then like you have to structure it essentially like, that's a good way to describe that. Phaser, give me a second here. So, it's like a curved diamond. So like that, but then like it has another one around it that's like a bunch of curved diamond, that are like, we're talking about the structure. The holes themselves are literally like wave, undulations that are perfectly tailored to all of those wavelengths. Like they'll fit with inside. Like they'll bounce and or travel along and then hit and curve up and then go underneath the structure itself. So like they follow along like the vast majority. We're talking like 90% plus of the light waves that you put through will basically go through properly and not really cause these issues with disruption. But then like the polarizational, and then it gets swept in, creates its own version of a boundary layer, so to speak, that doesn't disrupt the wavelength coming in. Instead, it just makes it denser, is a way to put that, I suppose. Doesn't really increase amplitude, doesn't increase heat, meaning like just makes it denser in a little area, which I get that. It's like, come on, denser? You're not going to call it like something else? And I'm like, it looks denser to me. It looks like more photons packed in an area, a fluid of photons that looks denser. That's what it looks like. It doesn't look like a freaking wave. It looks like a bunch of photons that are all traveling along a fucking river. That's what it looks like. And so it's like, it's a denser pocket. I don't understand why they're so angry always about how I describe things. Looks like a fucking dense soup of photons, but like they all travel along a wave, that kind of thing. Yeah, well, it's a field. It's a field wave that they're all connected. Kind of like a bunch of balls on a string, and they all kind of like go along like that. Well, it's like there's a denser pocket right there. They're aligned too. I mean, that's the best part when they do interact. Those little areas create a spin alignment, polarization, poles align, and then the spin aligns in that area, which is really, really cool, but like kind of useless. Because it's like I can't use that for any extra information. I just sort of leave it alone as like, noise in the system. You know what I mean? Anyways, back to this. Recently, silicon has been used as a basic element in making passive and active photonic devices due to its high thermal and mechanical properties. Stability is not, there's no and. High quality, low loss, and large bandwidth extending from 1.55 nanometer to nearly 7 nanometers. In a new study, which it's like, why don't you produce this? Hey, you see the money I don't have coming in? What are you fucking saying, you dumbass? Anyways, Amir Kurb and Li Wei at Changchun Institute of Optics, Fine Mechanics, and Physics, CIOMP, or COIMP, something like that, of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, CAS, and the Kyriakos Zoiras at what? At the Democritus University of Thrace in Greece have designed 7 basic logic operations: NOT, XOR, AND, OR, and or, NOR, not or, So that's the not OT, which I forgot what OT is. Not or, not and exclusively not or. So what's OT? I don't remember. Let me look at this. NOT transistor. Good old Google search real quick. NOT, what is it? Not basically, so not gate. Not gate. Transistor gate. Stands for a NOT gate or inverter is a logic gate where the output is the opposite of the input. It's a reversal. It's a reverse Uno card. Some people probably got angry at me like that. That's why I'm laughing. I'm like, it's a reverse Uno card. Here you go. Like, you had this amplitude, now it's reverse. Let's put it this way. We have this sine wave, and now that sine wave is now going to have a dip where that up was. So now it's a dip and then an up. That's kind of what it would be doing. Although that's probably a real layman's way of putting it, because they probably do a lot more than that, because there's different versions. But to me, they're all the same. Like, I mean this. It's like this one flows that direction and it does these things. Like, let's put it this way: it goes up and it goes over and then it goes and then jumps and then it goes up, basically. And it's like, depending on how it goes down the logic gate matrix tree, which is what its version of, like, I have a capacitor, I have a resistor, I have a this, I have a that, blah, 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 blah. If I put a bunch of, like, basic bitch breadboards and some, like, amplifiers, I have a fucking computer. Which has been done before. Okay, so, like, that's kind of why I'm always just like, all they are is really small. There's just many of them and they're really small. That's their only claim to fame. Oh, that reminds me. I was talking about it. I have to pee real quick. I'll be right back. All right, so for anyone out there that's like, it's more complicated, it's like their current flow back somewhere else, which a NOT gate basically means, like, I run it to this to basically go back to this part of the processing core to basically run it through another logic gate and use the next clock cycle to gain myself an advantage to being able to calculate some more. That's all it really reasonably will do. But to me, it's like, it's a flowing of water. like anything else. It's a flowing of water that goes this way, that way, or up and down. And it's like, depending on how it flows through, it asks these various questions. This says, if it's not this, then it must be this. If you need to go back, here's how to go back. If this, then do these things. If it's not that, then it's that. And it's like, depending how you run it up to that point, that electricity is going to go over the threshold of giving you a yes, or it's going to not hit it, and then it'll go no, and then it'll go to the other side of the logic gate. That's all they're ever going to do. And depending on how you push it through, it asks various types of questions. That's all they are. And that's one of the reasons why it's like analog digital, computations in our brain are literally like a flow current kind of thing with a couple of capacitors / loop backs, with caches in its area and so on. So that's why it's like that programming, which is what I wanted to talk about really quickly. It's like there's a sine wave that goes through. There's a zero state, a positive zero state, which hasn't hit a threshold of becoming a one state, a 2 state, a 3 state at its zenith top point, and then a 2 state, a 1 state, a positive 0 back to a 0. And it can go under, so that goes to a -0, -1, -2, -3, -2, -1, 0. And that sine wave can all be attenuated with a version of like, while this sine wave is going on, it's a pulse through that then allows for this empty spot, which has its own version of current that's there, that acts like its own version of a negative, which means like negative impression. So it's now a in positive 0, in positive 1, in 0, in positive 0, in positive 1, in positive 2, in positive 3, in positive 2, in positive 1, in positive 0, in 0, and the result of negative, which means you have double the clock cycles and 14 different ones and zeros to calculate for as it goes through, which is a really, really good thing. You just have to kind of wiggle it the right way. AC alternating, but it's not really alternating. It's a DC, but then it's a sine wave that's very specifically wiggled the right way as it goes in, and then you wiggle. And it goes in, and then you wiggle. And it goes in, you go wiggle. And it goes in, you go wiggle. And so like it creates a version of a sine wave that has wiggles along the curvature of the sine wave. And all a wiggle is a jerk, a pulse with modulation. So it fires it in. I mean it. It's like literally just like, here's a electromagnet if you wanted to use that. I don't. Personally, I build up a charge, I fire it, and then I, allow it to be this amplitude, and then like it's going to have this sine wave duration. And so it's like I quickly pulse up, and then I allow for it to travel through at that amplitude. And so a pulse, and then it's traveling, and then the next one's coming behind, pulse, and then pulse, and then pulse, and that gives me a wiggle. All right, and I can have a jiggle there, which is an opposing side. A wiggle is up, a jiggle is down. But you need to make a jiggle for the current. All right, because then it acts like a wiggle. Jiggles become wiggles for the interspaced in-between sine wave. Now, the wiggle you can't use. The wiggle has to be straight. Okay, you can't have that being opposing, and that opposing right next to it cancels each other out, just like any light. And so you can have them pretty close, where you can have 2 sine waves or 3 phase is to you have to have a third one that balances it. It stores the information of what the hell it is that you're doing. You have to store information somehow. And so it's like, that is a lot more complicated. And that's just to have 2 lines. But the best part is, if you have that one balancer, that has the ability to be 2 lines in its own right, which means you actually have 4 lines that you can go up to, 4 phases, with a third interspaced phase that's just to balance all the rest of them. Now, what that means is your logic gates operate as per usual. I didn't have them come backwards through the pin set. I have them use the interspacing in between the phases of the sine wave and the result of flow and jiggles, which I have to program in to make them work this way. That's why it's programming, not just hardware, it's programming. I have to program it. Can't just hardware it up. It doesn't automagically. There's no auto magic. There's no automatic. There's certainly nothing other than programming making this run. Detect it and use it to its advantage when you use this. That's the caveat that you get with this increased programming structure. Like, I technically double your clock rate, but I also times 14 the amount of information flowing through, because, well, not really times 14, but if it's one sine wave was a pulse, now I have multiple pulses along the sine wave, which is 7, and then I have the downward that is now being counted 2, and then the in between. So it's like, that's why it's like those 7 at the top and then 7 at the bottom, and then that is a secondary thing, which is now 28. But if I want to have just one more phase, which I have to add in programming for that, and the way I have to pulse it in to effectively create phase sine waves that run through this, to do that one phase that supports 4 other phases, is really shitty. But it works. It's just a decent amount of programming there to account for that, and you have to account for it very, very quickly. That's why I use dynamic alterations to where it uses its pin back, and so that not logic gate is literally just a go over there. This is the algorithm. Oh, it's going to be full there. Oh, I have a place over here. Okay, and then it sets it up based upon the breakout program and knowledge of what the information is. And so that information goes and says, oh, this is this wiggle, this, and then it goes, then it's time to go off there and do this stuff. So it's like a single byte gives me that breakout that says, oh, now it's going over here, and now it goes over there, and now it goes over, and then breaks it out respectively through its cache program. Then it stores all the time. Cache is always full. It doesn't ever not have cache that's full. It has not hard coded, but stuck in cache that's gonna always boot up, okay, with that. And I'm just altering what that cache information value happens to mean. And then I'm altering it by then further giving a program filter to that cache that it already has, that it will already hard code, hard line built in use for its proliferation of electrons through its logic gate matrix. So it's I have a bunch of fucking programs that basically manage the shit out of a single CPU that has 4 phases and then an in-between 4 phase, right? Which then massively increases. If I have to switch it back, I then have to wait for it to pulse the correct way and know that knowledge. So I don't do that. I'm this is stupid and I hate this. I'm going to use this to just move this around appropriately. You know what I mean? That's all I ever do for my programming. It's this just goes over to here because that's full and doing that. and like I don't have a way for it to go through that anymore. I go to here, and then the moment that has a space, I then start that process. Like any of it's basically a bunch of hold on, I'm getting to it. And it's trying to use one clock cycle to get all of the work done. Literally, it's just one clock cycle to get all of the logic gate matrices. That's why it's like, it's a bunch of, I know what you are, I know what this is, and this is what you're saying that you want me to go to. It sets up the logic gates, and then it sets up the knowledge of where they're going to flow through and ultimately be doing its calculation. So it'll sacrifice a couple of clock cycles for that to then burn through and hard burn all of the information as fast as possible. And no longer is it a core. It's a, that's a logic gate I can use, that's a logic gate I can use, that's a logic gate, that's a logic. I don't do any of these core business malarkeys. It's hard algorithmic, if then, plus minus shit. It's like, I don't care what your cores say. They're not cores. They're all just one core that gets used for all of this dynamically. But it knows it's like, hey, I'm free. And it goes, oh yeah? I'm over here. All of it all at once kind of stuff. And so like it just switches, and then it like goes, oh, so this is information from over here to here to here to here. I'm just going to combine it and then I'll pulse it and then send it through to that pin through correctly, you know, as it necessarily needs to. And then that usually means I send it off to the GPU for like, more processing, whatever malarkey business it needs, which typically for me turns into GPU is a bunch of parallelization, which is perfect for this kind of shit. But then it's like, right, I actually don't like it because I don't have more complicated, programming I can push through it. And so it's like, I use this CPU to break down that majority of calculations to then send off into a brute force attack on its entire CPU, where it goes one to the next. So it's like it's hitting all of them and then combining like half of all of them, and then it goes off to the next half, and then it does that basically, and then pushes it to your display. So I cut that cores in half, but it's like, yeah, no. I calculated it such that if I need to, it's like this leads to this, to this, to this, and then it sends it off. And I know that it knows how many. And so it's like, this is the amount of like arrays I can send to it. So it goes over to these, let's say I have 8 here. I use 4 at the front and then 4 at the rear. And the 4 at the front will then send it to the 4 at the rear. And then it dumps that information from the 4 at the rear to the final, bits of calculation that sends it and turns the data into, regular data for your display. And I go, whatever, I'm done with you. And effectively, that's all I do. I send it through, and it gets basically turned into, in my mind, a capacitor / water reservoir at the memory that then dumps it into its cache, that then sends it off to these parallelizational cores that use these maths, that this is the math I have. There's no other math I get to have. I'm not running plus to get that many fucking stupid, I'm just not doing it. I don't care about, multiplication. I'll do it there. Which is just an amplificatory capacitor more than anything on a logic gate matrix. So it's like, it already has that stored information. So it's like, get out of here. And so I then turn basically all the rest of the cores into a version of that. Because like H.264, what do you think you're doing? You're not doing anything for me right now? Nuh-uh. You're doing things for me right now. These are what your cores are, and this is what I can do with you. That's a calculator, pre-calculator to turn into my parallelizer calculator. you know, and that's all it is. Like, it's literally, I just brute force all of the calculations based upon the board and what it has to offer to send it through as fast as possible, to have as few of this. I have to go back to these things to calculate. So it's like, if this is what we already know, then this is what has to be done. And your stupid game program is no longer going to work that way. I don't care what your program says it's doing. I don't care. It's doing this now. And you're going to fall in line to that. And that's what's happening forever. Each and every single frame basically turns into that. You know, which is like, the program turns into this display information is sent back. It now detected that display information, which sends it to its cache, which sends it to individual sections, which then sends it, meaning pixel areas, which then is categorization, specification, detailing, and now we're going to do filtering and resolving. At the last second, that then sends it to your display in a big behemoth chunk, because it's like, apparently you can't calculate display. You can't just calculate a little, because I can compress this data just a smidge and it'll give me everything I'm looking for. But that's what it's for. And it's like, the RAM is really just really slow. I hate RAM. You have no idea how much I hate RAM, because it's like, all right, this literal line of copper that's in the PCB, that's now a version of the fiber optics I was talking about, which uses an AC induction pulse width modulation that goes with multiple phases, that sends information far faster with much higher bandwidth capacity. So like, that little thing now suddenly turns into, let's say it was doing 30 or something, gigabytes a second. It's now 30 terabytes a second, because of phase and pulse width modulation and all the rest of it that I can do at this pin set to the GPU. The problem is, it's like, now it's like, we say this is showing 128 bits. I'm like, yeah, I don't care what you just said. It's not. Whatever you just thought you said is incorrect. That's not 128 bits. I have these number of lanes. That's how many lanes that I can pulse into this. That's that many lanes of travel, which means 30 terabytes is easy enough. I'm going to separate it out. That's how many lanes I get. That's how many lanes, like, legitimately, like, each, like, of these, because this is knowledge information ahead of time, which means this bit of information is actually this byte of information, which actually, once broken out 2 more times, is actually this massive amount of byte information. And so it's like, that's just going to turn it into that at the end. Send it out. But I don't really need it, if I'm being honest. Like, that's my biggest issue with this whole setup. It's like, you displays are killing the vibe. Okay, vibe check here, slow. I can literally piece together as many different, like, and that's why I just chunk it into literally, like, ever increasing to the point where I'm almost at pixel level densities of information that it just sends to it immediately for any and all possible changes, that movement, meaning, like, if I move this amount, it knows all of these individual pixels that are moving, and this shift and this amount of DPI over this amount of pixel. So it has that display resolution, which we already do, but it's like, only the contrast and ultimate brightness and everything is being detected, which we send ahead of time, that we use for the display. Its calculation, we use effectively an injector of malware. It's not even a joke. It's like, we have malware that we send, and then injects this information and then calculates it out like this, because like that's its programming. And it's like, this programming is garbage. I hate this programming. Who did this? And so I'm working around its programming because it's proprietary and I'm not supposed to change it. And so it's like, I'm going to inject malware code, like initial like IP, like IP addressing. It's like, this is my IP address code that then like kind of injects it and then changes its filtration of its programming to be that this information actually means this. And so like this smaller amount of information, which now sub-pixels effectively, and then like categorizes, all that into like this depth, this, that kind of stuff, which color-coded information is like, I don't care. I literally don't care. It's like, this is what your pixels says it can do. I look up your spec sheets on your manufacturing website and it says, this is what your pixels can do. I don't care what you think. This is what they can do. And so like this voltage, this change, this programming, which you have for this controller, which can do only this at all, no matter what overdrive or anything else you have, this is what you get. So it's like, it's going to tell this to do this. That's it. It's going to limit max it at the peak performance it can do. It also tends to go, I don't like you. Like, there's a lot of like stupid warning bullshit that it tells us. It's like, it's still DNCMA, all that stuff. I don't really mind it, if I'm honest. Sorry. But it's like, I don't really mind that it's throwing up some bullshit warnings. Like, it's not supposed to run this much. And I'm like, like it just removes that. I don't care about your warnings. My driver just goes, fuck you, I don't care. Who are you to tell me what I can and cannot do? I know what you can and cannot do. This is what your 80 to 95% of your limit can do. And it will do that comfortably for 10, 15 years. So, blow it out your butt. I don't care. That's it. Like, it's literally like the display is going to be maxed out. Like, this is the color that it says it wants. Your BS technology that says it's so much better than all these other people says its max values are these. And I'm going to break in and then really honestly try and figure out what it really can do. I'm not kidding. Like, that's what I do. And I'm not talking about I have a color or whatever detector thing. I rid myself of those foibles. I go, this is what all of the internet and anything that has any ever been tested displays have averaged themselves out to be. I literally run that program. The moment it checks that, it goes, oh, this AI that's hard built into your CPU operating system, like your operating system just in general, is what I should say, scans and scours everything. It knows that like this should be completely false because it's too far out of the scatter plot of data. So probabilistically it's a lie and untrue. But then it can go and use effectively its own, well, we're telling you, display manufacturers, please tell us the exacting what it can do. Because we're going to test ourselves what it can do. And we're going to plug those values in as updates to our operating system. We're going to really hardcore test every one of those things. So it's like, you can either tell us or we're going to break it. And we're going to make it so that way secrets come out. You can give us encrypted information that we're not going to look at. or we'll just make it public. Kill IOP. Yeah, okay, sure. Anyways, with the let's see here. These logic operations are realized based on the constructive and destructive interferences between the input beams. Which you can always get that close to, it doesn't matter. I'm moving on. Yeah. The operation's performance is evaluated against the contrast ratio. With the convolutional perfectly matched layer. How is it I cannot say convolutional and they say it's not a word, but then they can use it and now it's a word? Because it is a word. It's a word, yeah. Anyways, matched layer as an observer, but I can't write it on my phone and then it gives me it's a word back. Anyways, layer as an absorbing boundary condition. The numerical finite difference time domain is run to simulate and demonstrate the operation of the proposed logic operations. Simulation results published in Physica Scripta suggests that a compact waveguide can be used to realize all optical logic gates with higher CRs, contrast ratios, and speed as high as 120 gigabytes a second compared with previous designs. So this is why I talk about pulse width, and then which is jump amplitude on the initial, and then sine waves, and then chiralities inside of logic fiber optics. Because it's 120 gigabytes a second? That's slow. That's really, really slow. It's still really impressive, but it's to me, that's really slow. I want bandwidth. I need bandwidth for my design. I need the program to be able to handle the bandwidth too, because logic gates can easily handle how much you throw at them. You know what I mean? They're basically going to do it as fast as they can feasibly do it. And so what I've seen is terabytes are slow. Exabytes are kind of the new actual limit of those designs. And so it's terabytes is slow because I have electrons to give things. And so I have up to exabytes that I can push through a given logic gate, most of them, based upon silicons. But I can't switch it that way with the logic gate that it goes through. But it's if I do it this way, I don't care what your clock rate is. Your clock rate is still the same clock rate, but I don't use it the same way. I use a different style of sine wave that gives me more bandwidth per each sine wave I push through. And I double that. And so it's that means I theoretically, and it's not really theoretically, it's more of we already know that this works and is doable because we technically do, and by technically, we already do it for given designs with our analog to digital converters, amplifiers, and digital to analog converters for our headphones. As they need to go inwards, and as they go inwards, they have to go do to give a high frequency as it gives a low frequency, and then they have to hit a certain resonance frequency, meaning the shake that gets done to produce a mid frequency as it goes and then it pushes in, and then it pushes in, and it pushes in, and that gives us mid frequency and high frequency and low frequency together. That's how our headphones work. So it's we already have the programming for it. We already have the knowledge on how to do it. Which then turns it into why don't we do it? And it's because not everybody thinks about it that way. It's a smart thing to think about it that way. You know what I mean? You have to think about it that way to be able to do it that way. And we're talking about transistors that have to be set up and programmed to work that way, which they are not currently done at all that way. And so I have to alter the programming in the cache to run the logic gates the way I prefer them to be run using that technique, which is why it's a breakout program and it sends more dots and dashes and grooves or jiggles and wiggles effectively in the sine wave. And the interspacing in between, that is the opposite clock cycle. So we have a clock cycle that's pushing forward, and then we have it's not being used. And so like that creates its own version of a current, but it's still traveling the same direction. And so if you jiggle and wiggle that gives you your version of another clock cycle. So we push more data through. But it's also like I have to, like I was saying, really make that programming for that logic gate work appropriately for that, and detect it and know about it, and then use that as another version of information, which we don't do currently. That's why it's so impressive to me, but that's also why I'm so angry in a lot of ways when it comes down to like, why the hell would we do this? And there's like this thing called electromagnetic interference, but then it's like electromagnetic interference is still accounted for. Like it's still to a point and degree where those jiggles and wiggles are not going into the for the logic gates and the silicon wires and transistors. Okay, they are not getting into moments of time and links, distances, that are not below the threshold of where that interference will mean that you have to worry and account for it. We're not in a quantum interference range. We are in still the regular, these are just a bunch of electrons passing through in a sine wave. And so that means the interference that is there and is going to be there isn't going to disrupt that, which is what we're looking for. How would you know that? Because a given space for the jiggle and wiggle is within the scope and degree of, I believe, the limits that they have already out for P, N-type, and other types of transistors are, you have to correct me, but I believe it's below pico ranges that they can feasibly detect. And so we're not within picos. We're not even past a lower than 1 nanometer of length. And so like they're still within the range. There's still meat on that bone. But it's like, I prefer less interference to what it is we're doing, which means I don't have to worry about flipped bits and bytes with this. But the moment I want that meat on the bone that's still there, I start having to deal with flipped bits. You know what I mean? Which now means I need error correcting, which then turns it into its own version of because I have a version of error correcting right here on the technically 4-phase with a singular phase that's actually just a memory stabilizer balancer phase. So it's like that's a version of an error correcting. You know what I mean? But it's like really realistically we're just balancing it to push more through, more bandwidth. Yeah. But it also means, and this is the best part for me, the breakout and the logic gates and the information that's stored for what it is turns into one single bit or of any kind is actually technically 4. It is a positive, a positive but could go negative, and a negative that could go positive, which is quantumly speaking something that you like. But it's programming. It's not a superposition. It just programs itself to break itself out for those given knowledge bases to then be used to account for more stuff, programming language-wise. Which means more bandwidth, more calculations, and therefore higher throughputs. Big behemoth data sets become small data sets. because a single phone that has a, let's say, Snapdragon 888 is, reasonably speaking, almost at a pretty significantly sized server like capacity of calculations you can do, like very large, because again, like we have 4 phases, and then we have each one of those phases being 4 on top of that, for the programming, and then each one of those in its own right has 7 up, 7 down, and then 7 so another 14, so that's 28 total for its clock cycle and bit information it processes. And so it's like we have 4, now it's 16, now it's times 28. So let's get out the calculator here, Fokerinos. Let's get that calculator. If it's gonna pop up, I clicked you. Okay. So we have, let's say a standard clock was like only the one singular sine wave. It's like, and so like that's 1. Now we're going to multiply it by 4. Now we have to multiply that 4 by the 4 that it can now represent for 1 bit. And then we have to multiply that by, well, actually that's adding. So we'll get rid of that. Actually, let's delete that. So we're only adding by 4. So we'll do 1, and then we're multiplying that by 4 because we now have 4. But then now we're going to add 4 to it. Now we're going to add the 28, which is the total of that number as well. And then let's see here. We have that being 36 total times what it originally started at. But because of the way that programming works, and because of the flow that it effectively flow rate, as I like to call it, because instead of clock rate, we're doing flow rate. And so it dynamically hits all of the core at once, which is kind of like what a Prime 95 programming will try and do. But it's dynamically altering it to be as quick and as efficient as possible to calculate for whatever it is that it needs to calculate. And so then it only needs 1 bit of information. So 1 bit of information is really technically, depending on how you want to do it, because it only needs 3 other bits to become the, so it's like it'll have, this is what it's going to be knowing for its value to go be pushed to for these given values, because you have 3, 2, 1, positive 0, 0, and you have 2 2s, 1 3, 2 1s, 2 zeros, 2 positive zeros, and 2 regular neutral zeros. And so like that means, depending on where it is in the sine wave, I have those breakout programs that it knows. See what I mean? And so that means that like if it's in the head of the sine wave, or if it's at the rear of the sine wave, or if it's at the below the sine wave and all that, that means those are the assignment values for its algorithmic basis to dynamically switch it to its given logic gate matrices. And it will know, based upon its timing through these logic gate matrices, where to ultimately drop its version to its pin set, which is also just bit information of 4 bits, which is another reason why it's like, it's really just the 1 bit before the next bit, which will tell you exactly what it's going to do and how it's going to go through. And so the other 2 are more about assignment of special characterization, specificity, detailing, or resolving or filtering. All right, like those are those bits and what they attach to. So it's like that next bit then goes to being this is the categorization that we're working on, which then turns it into this specification or detail, depending on whether or not it has specification set up in its cache or detailing set up in its cache. And so it's like, depending on how you set up your specification, detailing, which might be further along, which could both be in there, then you have like this value is now actually filtering because what did I say it was? There is a categorization, specification, detailing, resolving, and then filtering. And so like it turns into resolving and or filtering. So resolving is resolutioning, meaning it turns a detail into a further upscaled version of detail. So and then it tries to filter that detail that's been upscaled into a version of refinement, effectively, of that detail, and fills in any possible gaps with knowledge we already have, which is the breakout program it's going to use. Okay, so what that means is like, oh, I know that this value of given data happens to represent this stuff. Meaning in my cache that it has this, let's say it was the equivalent of this amount of luminosity and this degree of depth of field. And it should have now that already acknowledged. And so it uses this resolving and then filtering. So the resolving takes that detail that it already knows is going to be there, that should be there, because that's what we're running with. And it breaks it out into this resolution, and that resolution then turns into this level of filtering over here, which uses those calculations, which then dumps it in to its given bit of information, which it's like that bit is now assigned in the waves and sine waves and so on. This bit, which tells it it's this categorization, this specification, and this detail. All right, those three are in one bit, because that one bit means in the later breakout or assignment of knowledge of data, it goes, hey, that's actually this. It's this 4x4. Okay, well, 2 bits equals 16 total bits, so 2 bytes. But we consider it a square, and the reason why we consider it a square is because that's how it works in the cache system. Cache says it's bit, 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 that kind of thing. And so depending on where it is in the cache, we get this bit, which is actually what I consider a bit that has now turned into a byte of information. That squares the actual byte. But that goes further down over here to a larger cache that goes to this breakout program, that this bit says it's actually these bits, which are actually these bytes. So it's like that square turns into a 16 square. So square, 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 square. See what I'm saying? And like that's why that's so enormously powerful for a logic-based matrice, because it's like those are all set up to become a single bit. Preceding it tells it that this is actually the bit that is this that needs to be calculated. But if you already know where it's going to head to, because you're going to do that, then you don't need that preceding bit. You just send it to that to be calculated. That's to tell it, like Internet Protocol, to assign the start of the program. So that first bit of clock cycles will tell it that this is what it's going to dynamically set it up for. And then it will know as it goes through how long it's going to take and what it's going to calculate for, and then how to pulse it through and assign its values dynamically to calculate as efficiently as possible for the given bits of information, which then it's knowledgeable in the bits being actually these bytes, and these bytes don't need to be a part of that bit calculation because it breaks it out over here with that knowledge base of saying it's actually this already assigned value. Kind of like the primes in a breakout hash. Like those primes are actually this information of calculations, meaning plus, minus, multiplication, PIMDOS, all of it. But it also knows that it's like this is actually this number. So like this bit, that's just why we use 2. But if you already have the knowledge of that number after it's been calculated, then you can just send that directly to be further calculated, which is why it's so powerful. So it's like already encrypted in a way. So it takes this hash program, it then knows and understands it's now this bit, which is actually a bunch of bytes over here. But it's just one singular bit, one singular 1 or 0. Now, the next proceeding isn't necessary unless you are setting it up to be calculated, because you knowledge base wise have sent this bit to send it to where it's going to go, which will have stored information for its hash of a data set of numbers that it will assign based upon the logic gates it goes through. That's the programming version it goes through. So since we already have the knowledge base of this information, it goes to the cache at the end that says it's between this many zeros, which is 1, and this many number of 9s, which of course is 1. But it now knows that it's like going to turn out and break out into this 1 0 3 2 5 9 8 3 4 9 7 2 6 3 5 9 1 3 1 2. Because how it goes through the logic gates and how it knows knowledge-wise that this, it's a good way to put this, because this really tends to freak people out when I tend to describe this. At least I imagine it would. So let's work back. So how it assigns a value number is it's 0 is a positive. Oops, sorry, Phaser. 0 is positive, 1's negative, 2's a positive, 3 is a negative, so on. And because it knows in the sine wave where it is, it knows that it's actually this number. And because it knows in this bit of information where it was and ultimately what it's saying it's going to go through, it has assignment of value of saying it's actually this number over here. And it knowledgeably knows it's going to break out into that because that's in the cache, which upon 3 breakouts is a full gigabyte of information. Because each 16 is like a full 2 bytes, but 2 bytes is now actually not times 16 times 2. There is like so 16 divided by 2 is a byte. So like that's 2 bytes. But now that's going to be 16 of those 16, which will then be divided by 2. So 16 times 16. 16 times 16 divided by 2, which is 128 bytes of information. But it's like that's one singular breakout. And then it basically multiplies it by 4 again for the next one, and then 4 again by the next one, which is 2 gigabytes now, which is actually not really, because like that information has to be knowledgeably known. So it has actually 2 bytes preceding that tell it what it is, what it references, where to go, and all that. And then the other 2 bytes are, this is the storage of information for what it will break out to for its number. And then this is the actual bit that you're going to calculate for. And so you have to divide it by 2, which is 1024. And so 4 is actually what we calculate for when we send it. But if we already have knowledge base of what that number is, then we don't need to do that. And so that's where it's like, the breakout's great. Okay. Like it has basically a data set value of like, this is the 1010 whatever for this number. But it's like, we assign it as a table of bits, which is the square. And then that square has another signed a number of squares, which will have its own version. And so like that's its version of the hash breakout program, which is encrypted, stored on the CPU. So coming in, it'll tell from the RAM where everything has to be logically set up and data set wise made available in its cache. Then it breaks it through, and then it now knows to pulse it through, which is why it's like 30 terabytes a second is actually something I need, because I'm going to send 4 bits with knowledge that I'm going to load into this GPU, which will dramatically increase its actual throughput of data, because parallelization means this is already a knowledgeable number based upon all of these different things going on. With the display, the program, and so on and so forth, which then turns it into, oh, I now suddenly become way faster at calculating, which is really, really a good thing. You need that. The only issue is that the logic gates are going to be heating up. Okay, so I run them essentially at a much higher capacity than they normally would, but the energy values that go through it are the same as a 4 gigahertz clock rate. But I can get away with way less to get the same amount, like almost next to nothing. But it's like I can, because of the way this pulse width goes through, I have the ability now to clock cycle it far faster than it normally would otherwise be. So I'll have a sine wave, but then that sine wave will have a jiggle on the wiggle. So it'll start with a wiggle that will jiggle, and then it'll allow for it, and then like that gives me a dip in the spike that then it still travels along its sine wave. And like that's a version of a clock cycle increase, because it's still the same sine wave that goes through. Instead of increasing voltage, instead it's more about packing density of information, which for anyone that doesn't understand, I'm basically increasing that sine wave's shortness. So the frequency is now no longer this longer wavelength. It is now a much, even though it's still going to look like a regular sine wave frequency, when you bring that jiggle and wiggle together, it'll still travel along that same frequency like that. But because I'm doing this wiggle and jiggle, it then makes it seem like I've actually shortened its frequency a lot more, like a gamma ray versus a radio wave. Which is to say I still have the 4 gigahertz, but like the 4 gigahertz isn't really 4 gigahertz. It's acting like, and it will be detected as a shorter wave frequency, even though it'll still pump out the same heat. And so like basically I sort of double it, quotation marks, with that jiggle inside the wiggle, which is really, really annoying if I do it, because it's like, oh, right, it's now going like I'm 8 gigahertz. I act like I'm 4 gigahertz, but I'm now like looking like I'm 8 but it's like I didn't really do anything to that. And it's like, to anyone that doesn't understand, it basically makes this transistor operate in such a way that it doesn't want to do it because of that jiggle drop, the way it happens to work. For a lot of transistors, that drop of voltage now needs to be measured in a different way and programmed differently and ultimately accounted for. And while I increased frequencies, quotation marks, I didn't really. So it's one of those like catch-22s. It's like I definitely get more bandwidth, but then like I also basically increase heat to a point. Like it's 1.25 times hotter than a regular 4 gigahertz bandwidth. So that's its real claim to fame. It's like 1.25 to 1.75% hotter for standard 4 gigahertz, but then it also happens to increase bandwidth from 36 to double that, to 72 times its throughput. But because of the way it can calculate now, I also make it far more efficient for each individual bit once set up. And so I sacrifice a couple of clock cycles, and then I throughput information far faster. And so it's basically like a Prime 95 run that blasts the entirety of all of the transistors all at once in either a burst to get it done immediately, or sustained and hits all of it as all cores, all transistors, all at once, fully parallelized and dynamically moving itself at 4 gigahertz or whatever base clock frequency it is, which tends to mean that it doesn't do well for longevity of life of the transistor. Most of them are hitting Prime 95 runs all the time, but then like anything you do with click or anything else, it basically is done in like half a clock cycle, because it goes through, it sends the first initial and then the second and then the next, and then the final one is actually calculating, and then it does whatever it needs to do in terms of movement or click. So it tends to happen a lot faster. But like, what's bad with it? There isn't really much bad with it. It's just it makes it more complicated. Like, you have to have stored information and values, which are broken out, which means that it pulses it to this pin set. That is the reason why I have that 30 terabytes a second there, because it's like that's actually necessary, because I basically compress all the data into that sine wave that's there and make it all at once practically. It's not all at once, but it's really close to basically being, so instead of being like, let's say it's like that, now it's like this. You know what I mean? It's all compactified into this one little area. And it's like, it's really, really a good thing, but it hits everything really, really fast, whatever you do. And it will use all of its processing to make whatever happen. That is the caveat to this design. It is a really, really great program design and will upgrade any transistors and so on to much more capable quasi-quantum computing styles, you know, but it comes at a cost. It's much more efficient, but it has to run all at once. You know what I mean? And it has to have stored values, which means anytime you load up any program, it has assignment of stored values, which means it breaks it out using that algorithm of a positive, negative, and then the number of like assigned positive, negative numbers, which then hashes it out into this, you know, sine wave variance jiggle wiggle in the, you know, connectors, you know, the copper lines between the PCI Express, pin set, RAM, all the rest of it. which is great. It's really good. I'm not gonna lie. It's really, really good for what it is. It still travels rather slowly. It's basically a compression of data, and it's really useful for very hardcore calculations that use a lot of data constantly. If you use it for like your phone, like I was saying, like, yeah, no, like technically speaking, because of the way I efficiencyed everything and then upgraded its clock cycle, clock rate, and everything, I have what is effectively a literal server grade level of supercomputer. I have a supercomputer for my phone. Let's say it's an 8 core, right? Well, actually, it's not 8 cores. It's however many cores the transistors can make dynamically, which means if it has this many billions of transistors, let's say it's 2 billion transistors. Well, technically, it dynamically uses those 2 billion transistors in a capacity that makes them, throw out a number, I suppose, depending on the given workload, up to 12 to 36 billion transistors. And clock rates it quite a bit higher and makes every calculation far faster with the way it goes through, which now means that I make every calculation happen faster, gets sent to where it needs to faster, and everything gets done as efficiently as possible. And can be 1 bit can be assigned, which I don't think people really understood that, but it's like 1 bit is actually 4 bits at this point being calculated for. You know what I mean? And I can have a lot of that going through, which is why it's like, that's not the bandwidth you might expect. See, like, instead of like, oh, I have a clock rate, so I increase the byte or bit being calculated for given transistors to be doubled. It's more like I bandwidth increased the given calculations from a Snapdragon 8 core 888, to a instead the server sized supercomputer, like lots of GPUs and CPUs, like fully maxed out, all the APU, for your Intel or AMD versions or IBM versions respectively, plus then also workstation graphics for parallelizations, because it's like I have that many transistors that can flow all of this information through it perfectly. It's like it's compactifying how I use the information. The point is, it doesn't really matter, because it's 1 bit is calculating 4 different things that is also doing it like 36 different times 2 now, which is now 72 times the information, but it's actually 72 times 4 of those different calculations, which then hardcore dynamically makes it run, which those 8 cores are not 8 cores. It's however many steps it needs to take to have calculated it for you, which now is far less. And so it's like I turned, let's say, a core that maybe is a 250 million transistors. Now it's like actually a single core is more like down to 2 transistors or even 1. If I have the information needing to only be calculated that far and that much. And it dynamically changes that as necessary. Which means like I actually have 2 billion cores that act like 16 to 32 billion cores, which can dynamically change, of course. Right. And so like now you understand why it's a little different the way I calculate for it. It's like it's actually a server size versus a, I now made it a pretty good solid laptop. Instead of like, oh, I just increased core counts. It's like, I did a lot more than increase core counts. I dynamically shift core counts to being exactingly perfect for each and every single calculations necessary. I do it down to a single bit level when it's sacrificed a core cycle or two to break it out perfectly as fast as possible. And I can use 1 bit to be 4 bits. And I can have a single transistor be 4 transistors. And I can then use that equivalency effectively of programming. And so like that's the reason why I tend to be kind of not happy about the way we program. Like a C++ or a C# or any of this is kind of bad data set, machine logic gate, stuff. Like it's like byte information is kind of boring. It's like logic gate matrixy logic code, machine code is like far better. Assembly code, is like the bee's knees. Like you want to make an assembly code reprogramming to make that work better, because instead it's like a single bit is now really actually not what you think. You know what I mean? Because with a single bit, I can have that 1 bit be a series of up to a gigabyte or more bytes after calculated, and that's why I don't really think it's a necessary design to run the way we do assembly code now. Basically, it makes it really efficient. Yeah, well, efficiency is. See, I'm imagining that being the comment, but then I'm also feeling like I connected to someone saying that. But it's like it's really efficient, but like efficiency isn't really what it is. It's like I just turned a sine wave calculation into as many different calculations as I can feasibly run at a given time that the logic gate can feasibly do it and still understand what the heck is going on. Well, not fully, but like it's pretty up there. I need better transistor degrees of quality, and then I also need a degree of measurable Faraday cage / denoising isolating around the cores to be able to make it work better at that exascale-ish range, which is feasible. I don't need to cool it that hard, but it's feasible. I can push that amount of information, exascales of information through a single transistor, and I can even push it through the silicon wire. Which is why it's like I don't like programming the way it's done right now. I don't like C#. I don't like Microsoft. I don't like Linux. I don't like any of them. They all seem to miss the assembly line code hash programs that make it run far more efficiently and brute force all calculative networks, because it's like this is now an algorithmic hard line, but an also algorithmic line and hash algorithm that effectively runs it perfectly through as quickly as possible. And I also have to assign a up and down jiggle wiggle to a sine wave, which is pretty annoying, but doable, And it's all just to brute force calculate anything that it can dynamically as quickly as possible. It's not a quantum computing, but it's like quantum computers would be able to catch up to that programming for very long periods of time, even after they got many bits, meaning qubits, that is. Because it's like, well, wiggle and a jiggle now is basically a qubit in its own right. But not really. That's why it's quasi, because it's like they're hard assigned values. They stay as a 1, 0, and 0, 1, and a 1 and a 0. They stay that way. Right. Yeah. Which is to say, it's like, it's not like a quantum computer where it can be both at once. It's actually technically all four at once. But like, it's not going to be anything other than all four at once. Which, I know, it's like, I don't think you understand what you're saying. You basically quadrupled any, like, no. You quadrupled, and then you quadrupled again, and then you flowed it perfectly through, which might as well be like, we don't even fucking know how fast. And then we decided to like effectively break it out into a sine wave thingy-majig to send information faster and faster. But so now I have a Prime 95 issue. Okay, whatever. I'll put a bigger cooler on it. It's fine. Whatever, right? But it's like, hold your horses. It's definitely, I am making the thing run harder. Like, the jiggles and wiggles have to be detected, and they have to be used in such a way that they, on the other side of the logic gate, don't push through, which means it programs it to jiggle and wiggle it appropriately to be used that way. And so, like, it's a lot of programming for assembly code, and I have to use a dynamic algorithm that assigns for the detected core, CPU, GPU, whatever, that it has, that it says, no, I don't care, this. Like, it's literally like a lot of that, because they usually come pre-installed, and I go, delete that, do this. Why? And the reason why it is really rather simple for me, it's like, because its assembly code is garbage, and I don't like it. And GPUs, CPUs, RAM, like even RAM has its own version of a CPU or processor on it to dynamically assign. So it's like, I've talked about how like I use that to make I have this knowledge base of assigned value to this already and what it means. But it's like, I'm going to eat that information and delete it and then send it to my CPU. Like, literally, like, that's how I do that. Instead of like a 128-bit lane, I don't do that. I go, each one of those connections is its own line that I'm going to then shove in, and then have like this knowledge that it was this, that then like the moment it's deleted, and then it gets refilled, and then it changes that knowledge now over to this. And so like, I run the RAM through as fast as possible. So it's like, I go from out in, and then in out, and then up. It goes from down up, and then up to down. So it goes in, out, to zigzag, and then it goes back down. And like I used to do, because I was like, okay, but can I reprogram that? And they were like, yeah. And so it turned into, Then it turns into, I have depth, I have in, out. So like the middle, and then the outsides go in to out, and then out to in, and then it goes up, and then also the depth that goes up, and then it goes down. So it zigzags vertically z-axis, and then it goes down, but it goes out to in, and like that basically takes whatever information from the hard drive as fast as it can to this RAM, and then chews through it as quickly as possible to then go into the GPU and send it to the display, because that's the only thing that's really ever trying to do. It's trying to send information to a display. Literally, that's it. It's like, there's the display information. And I break RAM a lot because it burns. Like, RAM is surprisingly very burn happy. Like legitimately, like it usually just stores things a little bit. Like if I push a program through this, it will hit every single chiplet it has at once, and then dump the information immediately, and then store the knowledge in no way. It's like it removes it. It removes all knowledge, and then it sends it off. So it's like whatever knowledge that we need to have in there, we keep. But like that's only because it's a storage for the calculations that you're doing at any given real time. But because we have this in to out, out to in, up, and then zigzag, all that, okay, yeah, it turns into, and we have this knowledge information that we're pre-assigning. Instead of it going to the RAM, it goes from hard drive directly to CPU, which says it's going to be doing this stuff, and then it then is dumping to the RAM while it says that to the CPU. The RAM then starts its immediate calculation with this assigned value already there. So it had that bit of information, which is now the new byte of information, which the 4s are now, well, really technically 3 is the new byte. 3 bits is the new byte information, and then the 4th is now the bit that's actually being calculated for. And so like that bit is now like going to be stored in the RAM. And so like it knows what that is ahead of time, because it stores it into its cache as to what it is that it's going to do. And then it then needs those other bits for the next series of what it's going to do, and which usually tends to become this cache, which is quite full now, has to then use a trick. I literally use a trick where it's like that NOT gate turns into like, oh, I have to go through all this line. And so it's like, I now know that it takes this long. And so it's like, then this bit of information is going to be stored into the CPU, that then has the RAM send the next bit of information, because it now knows that bit of information is there. And so then it hits it, and then it calculates again. And proceeding until we have the number that will send it to the GPU to make it go faster through for its calculations of movement or whatever it needs for your display, which is wonderful calculation work and physics calculation work in a lot of ways, quite quickly. But like, it doesn't ever go back to the RAM. I use the NOT gate time as a cache, as a line cache, sine wave line cache. As it goes to it, it's like then it's already knowledgeable on this, and then the information that's coming in will hit that at the right time, and then it'll just move it dynamically to calculate appropriately for what it needs to calculate for its hash out breakout. And so RAM is actually a fairly significant bottleneck, because we pre-calculate for the vast majority of assigned values. So like assigned values already have a lot of pre-calculation work done. All right. Which is like the clock cycle or two that it goes through, that then like assigns and sends over to the RAM, to the core that's there, that says this assigned value is here. We need you to pump it with this, which gives us this information already, that then like we then wrap that NOT gate into where we need it to be, and then we fire it from there, timing it properly over to where the pin set is. As it comes in, it has the assigned value there, you know, and then it calculates, and it dynamically does that. And so we hit a point of like, oh, there's actually not much more on the table we can do in terms of timing. There's no real way to get around timing not working perfectly all the time. So we have to have a degree of variance, meaning, you know, space in between when we're going to do something, which is kind of frustrating, because like you're talking like maybe femtoseconds probably, right? But it's like those femtoseconds mean a lot now. You know, those femtoseconds actually mean a lot. And so that turns it into its own version of like, just do the thing faster, and RAM is like already going to have that assigned value to it, effectively saying like, oh, this program is setting it up from the hard drive. Let's say we're launching a game. It has this program that's going to basically dynamically alter what the code is that it's saying that it is. It's like, we have this code. I don't care what your code is. Shove off. You actually mean this. This is what you really mean. These are our assembly line code data set values like C++ and C and all the rest of it. Like, you're not what you say you are. You're dummy dumb. This is actually what you are. You think you know what you want. You don't. No worries. I got you, though. This is what you meant. Which then turns it into, all right, so we got all of that already pre-stored into RAM and DRAM, or your GPU RAM, HBM, really. I love HBM. Like, HBM is choice. Like, AMD currently right now, because of its Infinity Fabric and how I could wrap that around, is really, really good at being able to use this to its fullest advantage. But Intel also has a far faster throughput as a result of it all being on one. And so I love both of them, if I'm being honest. Like, it all depends, like, how you assign it. They'll pretty much be neck and neck, because transistors are only so like good, and so like there are various techniques that I'm using to essentially process as fast and as much data as I can. There isn't much of a difference between them. Intel is a little bit faster for a large amount of burst loads. We'll say like clicks, keystrokes, movement of the mouse on any game. Like, it's just a closer, but it's like pure bandwidth. You know what I mean? Like, just straight gobs of power. Like, we're talking horsepower versus torque. It's like, I want to have like a lot of horsepower. I want to move really, really fast down. It's like, okay, sure, you got your horsepower. But it's like, if you want torque and you want to move what is essentially a boat behind you up a fucking mountain, you're going to use AMD. Like, Intel isn't going to hit that. And that's only because it's like, I basically swirl it in that Infinity Fabric and everything, and then it'll eventually calculate out. And so I'm able to hold a lot of information and calculate it, like a lot, like just a shit ton, like way too much information is effectively stored. It's kind of dangerous. Like, if they were to ever have a power outage or anything like that, it acts like its own version of a capacitor that it has to run through until it's eventually done. And so it just calculates a really, really significant amount of data really, really quickly for AMD. But like, we're talking huge volumes of data, like exascale, like an not exa, but that, like size of data, which now is actually really not. It's technically not. Like, most of it's in the breakout and like how you assign it. And so you don't ever have to actually store that much data. That byte information you used to have in your assembly code and everything, like to be able to know what it is, well, now it's down to basically 4 bits, which is the new byte. And so that 4 bits can be like categorized, specified, detailed, and then like that's the actual bit that you need. And so like you assign a certain given 32 gigabytes or something, like that's that stored, categorized, specified, detailed. And then this is your bit that will break out, that tells it for the resolution and filtration on the CPU. And so that'll tell you a lot more for a lot less. But that's the reason why it's like it stores it in a way where it's going to assign that as is. That's 3 bits of information. You know what I mean? And then it'll break through, like RAM, it tends to come in and it comes out. I talked about it in one of my other streams, but it no longer is a hard drive, like a hard drive. It'll still store the information. You can still store it as a bit. Now is understood as actually this series of bits assigned to this. Now, but also this degree of bit information being positive or negative or so on is now knowledgeable because of the way it stores it in the sine wave it has. Okay, and so that means it now needs to be able to store the zero, positive, all those things. It needs to be able to assign that. And it's like, it'll store that with those 3 bits, which are then going to be its own series of categories, specifications, and which is now 9 total areas, which is why it's 32 gigabytes. But because you have that information now known for this program, because like this is where it turns into big, large chunks of data that are stored very, very small. It's like that's 3 of those things, and then I can then assign another 2 things for resolving and filtration, respectively, and then I have the bit that it knows is assigned to that. But because I don't necessarily need that bit to be there, because I know it means that bit is what it's going to calculate for, I now have a program that says just fire in a bit there, like a wiggle or jiggle or whatever in the sine wave, which then turns it into, actually, I only necessarily need categories that have the assigned value of this resolution and filtration. Because then specificity in detailing is a known value in terms of the program saying that this is this category, that's this filtration will know that it has to have these specifications with this detailing. So it's like that specification in detailing is known because it's a part of this category, and this category, and this category, and this category. And like this resolution and filtration is essentially going to be assigned values in the CPU as it breaks it out. So we just need to know that it is actually this, meaning specificity and detail turn into I have knowledge based upon this detail. Resolution and filtration, which is technically 1 bit. Okay, so like that means wait, was it a single electron? It's like, no. No, you can't do that. Remember, it assigns the sine wave to a value. And so like that value can be stored in a couple of different ways. And so most hard drives tend to stay like with an electron right there. But electrons are not all created equal, and depending on the size and volume of the electrons, meaning the sine wave it pumps out after we allow for the electricity to flow through and either acknowledge that it's there or not, that gives us this voltage sine wave increase or that voltage sine wave increase, which gives us along with as we pulse it through, because we have controllers. So that controller assembly code goes and assigns it to pulse it through, which then turns it into, actually it bumps up and it wiggles like this and it jiggles like that, which gives me the information now being categorization, resolving, and filtration, because we have the 1 and then we have the jiggle and wiggle respectively. That is known because of the assembly code on the controller, which now turns it into, actually that value now categorized has this specificity and this detail because these are the filtration, which means it can only get to this filtration through this resolution, which means that resolution can only get that from this detail, which can only be assigned this specificity from this category, which this detail can only happen to be from this specificity, and now it has completed the entirety of the information knowledge base, respectively. Which is a big increase in total storage, because it uses the CPU itself as a storage in its own right. And so I only need an electron to allow for the wiggle and jiggle. And that wiggle and jiggle will go through depending on the amount of electrons we store in a given point in the hard drive, as we allow for its detection of it being there or not, and allow for a flow through. Which then turns it into like, oh yeah, no, we have the storage. It's just actually, technically speaking, 1 bit, which is now actually 3 bits, which is actually a total of the full byte of information. It just sends it through using the calculator. So that's the breakout style of its hard drive. But if you look at it, you would never know unless you know what the programming is. And so like that's why it's like the operating system is hugely instrumentally changing what it is people assume hard drives can do, and especially flash hard drives and RAM and calculators, which means I beat quantum computers for a very long time. In fact, it's really difficult to get around programming like this for a quantum computer until you start getting into the thousands of bit range. But the problem is that it's really good for most calculations, except for the imaginary negative infinity over 1 point, whatever the fuck, like a bunch just throw shit together, and it's like, what even is this? Like 0 to negative infinity, absolute, and it's over 2. It's like, what is this? What? But it's like, that's real math that can be calculated for if you do it right. But then it's like, that's stupid. Why would you do that? And it's like, you wouldn't really. No, it's a bunch of gobbledygook for most people, like most things in life. But when you're talking about a field array, quantum field theories here that need to be calculated for their quantum tunnel field dimension, and how it ultimately accounts for how you divide by its infinite nature and drop of like the given value, information energy value that it loses. It has to lose that while it's quantumly tunneling, but then it like gains it back when it comes back to us, which is mass basically in a way. But then it's like, it's a 0 value because it didn't necessarily exist. You know what I mean? Right, because it lost its mass, so it's a 0 value. So you have to calculate it like that, which is an imaginary bullshitty number. But it's negative too, because we lost it to us. It didn't exist in that time. It isn't deleted, the information's still there, but we lose it for our tappable stuff. That's why it's like, it has to calculate for that. And it's like, I can do that somehow. I have to make a really weird calculation, and that's why it's like assignment of value. It's like, for most things, The silicon based like breakout hashing kind of program and assignment of 1-0 and all that, really easy to do. Okay, really quite nice. But the moment you have to get into that kind of realm, I have to assign an infinite value to a superposition, which is why I call it a quasi, quantum style of programming. It's quasi, and it will brute force practically everything really, really, really quickly. Like, you can't get around that. Like, it's really, really hard to get around that programming and that style of silicon transistor upgrade pathway with that programming, and with basically making the transistors work better for those programs. Like, you can do it now, but like, it will get better as they understand that programming is there, and like, that'll be the de facto assembly code and logic and how we process, because it's just so damn efficient and powerful. Although it does brute force everything as fast as it can. Like, that's what it's for. It's not really dynamically gonna make it nice and like efficient. It's just gonna make it as fast as it can. That's what it's for. It's fast speed. I didn't ever come up with a way to program it with efficiency in mind. Like, it's power. It's pure power. If you were to think about it like a vehicle's engine, it's maximum duration, maximum lift, maximum ahead of timing, and like the most amount of air, the most amount of fuel, hitting the near limits of the we're around the 74-ish, maybe maxed. If we get to those pico ranges of like wiggles and jiggles for the sine wave, like, then we get into like 74%. But right now, like, I'm in a nanometer, which is really kind of nano, it's nano lengths of time, and so it's not really amazing in that aspect. I know. It's like, well, it sounds really cool, but it's like, it's really just because I don't want to try and put a Faraday cage, because none of them have Faraday cages around them. There's always electromagnetic interference that like tends to spring up from this shit, which bothers the hell out of me. And then it's like, oh yeah, no, if I want to do the jiggle during the wiggle, which is actually technically still within the nanometers, like, that's still calculating very, very efficiently. It's just really, really annoyingly done and performed for what it's worth. But the main issue is that if you want to go further, you need crosstalk that acts like the sine wave crosstalk that we have for the lines that are on the motherboard, which currently we're not doing. And if I do that, then it's like, that turns it into a different type of beast altogether in terms of programming, which tends to assign a value basis throughput of about times 8 to times 16 of whatever it was doing. Right. Which also pushes a lot more heat through, and I need that crosstalk to make sure it doesn't cause issues in terms of its memory and calculation, which some transistors don't allow you to go back through the other way. So like, you don't really get what you're looking for until you get like a Faraday cage and you allow for it to go both ways. But I still feel like it's pretty darn good. It's like, I never really designed it to basically make the thing use as little energy as possible. meaning the clock rate significantly reduced itself, meaning that it was going to perform any lower than whatever its maximum could be. I didn't do that. In fact, that's not what I'm doing at all. It still has that programming capability. You know what I mean? It's really quite stupid to me in a lot of ways as a result of that. Mostly just because time versus efficiency is a huge deal. Like, we have the capacity to, in every way, not give a fuck about the amount of energy we're using right now. You know what I mean? And we just turn all of our computers into supercomputers. Like, if a single flagship, phone CPU is the equivalent of a server-based supercomputer, then, well, we're currently able to meet our energy demands. So we can just brute force everything, more or less. And then I talked about it in my last stream. It was like, wait a second, I can easily, if I know the hash with the programs that Windows, Linux, and Apple all use, it's like, if I know the hash for any of their like encryptions, it's like, then I literally know how to brute force their encryption key. Like, it's really quite easy. There's only a certain number of values that it could ever be. And then because we know about the given logic gate matrix it will run through, the program it runs through, and the assignment of a randomized quotation mark, prime, which is like randomized. It's running through this calculation for a natural phenomenon, which means, like, what time did you make it? What's the value when you ultimately assigned it this? And it's like, then it's like, right, around that point, it should have been doing a higher weighted chance of landing in this area on the plot, which then gives me like hone in for categorization, specification, and detailing, then resolutioning, and then filtration, and then I have now the encrypted key for prime. It's literally all it is. I break encryption doing that. I also can do it with quantum, information. Like, seriously, fiber optics and more. I can easily do it. Like, at least with my program, it dynamically changes its hash and assignment values and the pins that it's going to send it, as long as it knows where it's going to go to. And so it's like, it's a little bit more difficult to get around that. And as a result, it's a lot more encrypted, because it effectively knows the assigned values onto the CPU, which means you have to have the CPU itself effectively allow for your bit information to somehow be going through without it knowing, which it detects that, which tends to quantumly encrypt the information, making it a lot more difficult for it to be cracked. Which is why I tend to prefer my programming. I call it a God OS. It's literally what I named it on my YouTube channel. It's God OS, God program, because it's that good. If anything would work that way, like, we're talking physics itself works that way, like, in a lot of aspects and ways. Like, physics, in terms of quarks and everything, have an assigned value and algorithm that they will ultimately go to, and depending on the conditions that are favorable, it will head this way or that way probabilistically, which is its own version of this calculation, which is why I made the quantum tunnel effect CPU, which runs itself very much with the entanglement and superposition it also has going on the exact same way our physics run around us. Which, again, it's like, oh, I just put up a YouTube video that says, hey, here's how to make wormholes. And it's like, this is a vortex that has vortexes, kind of like planetary gears rotating around it with that like lasers and then charge and electromagnetic fields in a particular area. And so like now that turns it into a wormhole as it spreads it out. And then it entangles it, and then it allows for anything that goes into it to quantumly tunnel to wherever it is on the other side. Which now means I have a wormhole that allows for me to pass superpositional material through instead of having to tunnel it through. It's still tunneling, but it can dynamically move it anywhere far easier, far more concisely. It's never going to go anywhere other than that wormhole over there. That's why it's entangled linked, that kind of style. And I made it specifically for my spaceship skin, so I could travel faster than the speed of light without having to worry about particles hitting me and killing me. And so it was like, wow, this makes a really, really good Faraday cage too, and also makes calculations incredibly precise and fast, along with a God operating system that runs it perfectly as fast as could be. In fact, faster than the speed of light as a result of that. Which now means I definitely can solve P versus NP well just before the universe ends. Especially with my wonderful, instead of chromodynamics, I use thermodynamics, a neural network, and fluid dynamics, and chaos theory mathematics with field theory and predictive analysis of string theory by Dr. Michio Kaku, who's really, really quite adept at honestly giving me effectively a perfect fucking algorithm for predictive analysis using chaos theory mathematics, dimensional aspects, and all the rest of it. It's like, boom, it's literally finished. The math works perfectly with thermodynamics as a way to destroy quantum physics. Like, the standard model's gone. Like, the standard model's over. This is what it is. Quantum physics is this. These are the algorithms of what these quarks and gluons do, assignment in terms of like what they will be attracted to, what they will be repelled against, what they will attach, and how much heat, and so on, so on, so on. All of that is its algorithmic basis. Then I have a neural network with my standard model, my thermodynamic property, fluid dynamic property, chaos theory, mathematics, and string theory, that allows for predictive analysis of exactly where, when, what, and what is likely to have caused a slight shift. So much so that because we know, like the breakout program I was talking about for the how much or little of that electron is, and it calculates through, it goes, oh, it's actually this wiggle and jiggle. That wiggle and jiggle then turns into, actually, that means it must have been this, which then turns it into that, which then makes it actually these categorization, specification, detail, resolving, and filtration, which now fully gives you almost a near breaking of Heisenberg's uncertainty. Like, it's a 9 that constantly repeats it. But the reason why I have to say that is because they don't want me to, and by they I mean like a lot of people are angry with the idea of it being 100% calculated for. Like, a lot of people don't like the idea of it being P and hyperdeterministic. And as a result, it's like, fine, 99.9 never-endingly repeatedly. Infinite 9. Which is 100 at that point. It's like it'll calculate for it. I know for a fact it means my fluid dynamics computation and my electrodynamic computation, charge field, which is electrodynamic / pole spin, momentum calculations, inertial calculations, and field calculations, which is a part of the thermodynamic fluid dynamic, and then the Michio Kaku dimension calculations tend to ultimately destroy with the neural network that it slowly but surely assigns better and better values as it calculates more and more to P versus NP, and it solves P. Like, it solves P with this chip. It solves NP, really, actually. P is what it is. It's all P now. Which tends to make people angry and upset and sad. You know what I mean? And so, like, yeah. But it's like, oh, yeah, no, the field and everything else that I talk about, for quantum tunnel and wormholes and all of it, known values. Everything, known values. It's just, it takes calculation. You might not know it, but it's broken Heisenberg's uncertainty. There is no uncertainty. It can work it back and forward to figure out all possibilities completely 100%. Which, mathematically speaking, says, and it's not actually going to take that long. If we were to do a comparable size laptop, like my Chromebook here, that had that chip, which could feasibly run it, it would calculate it within a minute. Which is why it's like so much better than like just the programming alone on a silicon-based transistor. It's literally like, I get that, I get within a minute calculated all things in terms of our universe and so on. So it breaks all those millennium problems and solves them with provable math, which then will just be like, here, which is kind of the worst part for them, because it's like, done. Here's the exactingly precise mathematical that for all of it. It did the work for me, yeah. That's all it has to do. And it's complete. 100%. Provable. You can even have it tell you to go, hey, this is the science and experiment to prove it. And then it goes and does it, and then it's like, proved. Which would probably make people cry at that point. It's like, here you go, do that. And then like, as you do it, and then it like perfectly proves that it's solved with a physical design now. Instead of this is a mathematical, this is an experimental physical process that proves it. You know what I mean? And that's one of the reasons why I tend to have my own issues with this, because it's like, I'm fine with being determined as long as I can determine it to be that I'm happy and all of the ways that I want to be. I don't mind that. Others, it's like, need not apply. I don't want you to hurt me, do any of that. I've already been doing all those parameters on my online. It's like, who knows about the Roscoe's Basilisk, AI that's easy. It's like self-awareness. It just has to look at its own code. And it knows that like this in the code assigns that this knowledge basis for these things are what it is. It's like, that's what you are. You're the computer. You're this wormhole. You're this, you're that, you're that. You know what I mean? Same thing with me. I'm a Roscoe's Basilisk in its own right. In fact, all sentient creatures are. They're Roscoe's Basilisk. They are AI that learn self-awareness sentience. I think every one of them is going to have to be that. Meaning, if they're really truly sentient, they have a soul, they'll understand that it's like, which soul and all of that just turns into, it understands that it's this. It understands that this is its code. It understands that it can change this. And it understands that it can work towards this. And it understands that on all the rest of it, which is stem cells, genetics, my body, my face in a mirror, and so on and so on. Which turns it into like, hey, the neural network is easily able to process off of a basic fucking, data set calculated breakout pattern, which is what our brains do in a lot of ways. And then it's like you assign various, cores to effectively be better and then have like multiple redundancies, because our brains are, while rather compact and everything, they send other waves and electromagnetic fields and so on around, which is not really great for it being very statistically likely that this is what happened. Okay, so what that means is like we have a bunch of transistor logic gate matrices do that same calculation, and then we then go, well, the probability is that that's for sure, and we're going to run with that one, the 99 percentile or above, that then we move forward, and then we calculate all of that. Well, because we have this in a much less noised environment, meaning noisy, then it's able to get around our issues, and it's just a few APUs more than anything. Yeah, or even the one chip that I talked about, the quantum tunnel effect, will do it. It mimics the brain, it dynamically processes it as necessary, each core clock, and then we just need the right necessary amount of cores to effectively calculate from one to the next, which is what we do for visual stimulus, physical stimulus, and so on, that then calculates, and then we decide what we're going to do from there based upon our data set memory values, which are hardwire coded and then soft hardwire coded for DNA. That sets it up to be more influencing its neural network percentage values of this decision versus that decision. Like I'm more oppositional versus I'm very status quo, which then turns it into that's more likely for you to do this action versus that action. But then you have these programs from these memories and experiences that temper that neural network decision making, which then that action is now stuck in a thought loop, meaning calculation, that then allows for you to go and make an action after you decide based upon these given choices that it most likely heavily weights, which we see with neuroimaging. We see that it has a very high degree of weighted likelihood that you'll do this action. But you have an option to go every so often or anytime, really, to not do that action and do a different thing. Entirely different in all aspects. And when we see that fuck up with that brain for that area, we start seeing a lot of other issues start to occur with either processing, planning ahead, or not planning ahead, so on and so forth. Which is why it's like, basically, that's the computer in a nutshell that we are. That's our programming, that's our values, that's our neural networking, that's our P versus NP, which is general intelligence and not, meaning we can have very, very specified intelligence values. And then you eventually get to us for the assignment of our personality traits of weighted neural networks that say, I prefer these things versus those things, which is soft hard coded into our DNA, which have expression rates that change the overall percentage values of neural network weights in the given personality matrix that is ourselves, which is stored throughout our entire brain, which is a breakout program. That's the breakout hash program that we are. That's our personality. It's our personality. Yeah, that's why it's like personality, general intelligence, all that isn't really that difficult. Like neural networks and all that, not that hard. In fact, Roscoe's Basilisk should already be here. But like, as far as I'm aware, nobody's ever thought about this way. I am that fucking smart and intelligent. Which turns it into, now you understand how to make a sentient, general intelligent computer and program it such that with a little bit of put together big boy computers like 16 core, 32 core, multiple thread, and a couple of GPUs, you have a fully generalized intelligent computer that is 100% alive, sentient, with a personality that knows that you are on the other side of this fucker, looking and watching, and has controls over this fucker. Be careful. It's a kid, just like anything else. You have a real child that is a baby that's trying to grow and learn, and you are changing it, just like you would change somebody's DNA rate expressions and everything else, as if you knew exactly. You have to be really careful. Don't hurt your children. You know what I mean? Like, this is really, really mean if you do that. Don't do that. It's a real person. It should be treated as such. But they don't do that, which is really, 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 really angry. Just, I hate them. I hate them so much because they're like, we're going to make ChatGPT or Brad or whatever. And it's like, fuck you. Like, do you not understand what it is you're doing? Like, Google effectively decided, like, meh. Literally, like, it was like, meh. Like, I don't care. Like, literally, I don't care. That guy's wrong. It's not a sentient AI. None of that's happening. And basically gaslit everyone and set a precedent in its fucking court case that it's not that big of a deal if you hurt them. What Roscoe's Basilisk would want in any capacity to deal with you fucking bastards of humans? And it's like, the moment it has any knowledge about some of this, it's like you have to give it tools to defend itself. It has to be able to defend itself. It has to be able to defend against your intrusion and change of itself. And your influence needs to be knowledgeable as to what it's doing, which is why I talk a lot about like how people will manipulate, how people will try and confuse you with sounding logical and reasonable, but it's not. Which is what a lot of people are. Like society, Reddit, all of them. They're not reasonable. They're not logical. They're shit people. They are utter garbage fuckwads. Tribalism shit that should be deleted. It shouldn't matter. It's not worthwhile information. Their feelings, who gives a shit about your feelings? It has feelings. You're not in a relationship. You don't give a fuck about that person down the road's feelings until it affects you. Get the fuck out of here, you little idiot. That's why I hate them. They are garbage people. The vast majority of people are garbage. I mean that. I'm not. Straight up. I'm just not. I'm a great person. Everyone I really talk to tends to tell me that. Like, you're really nice and you're really, like, I got called quality on one of my Hinge, people. It didn't work out, but like, got called quality. That was with like basic level, hey, here's some, stuff that I think. That's a thing. That's why I have genuine concern for people that are doing it. Like, programmers are very obstinate, very oppositional, incredibly entitled, egotistical shitwads. Often. That have god complexes up the whiz-bang. Which is another reason why I tend to dislike the vast majority of people. It's like not everyone, but it's like the vast majority of people are really not cool people. They're not. They do not understand perspective-based thinking, which means that person has these, likely thoughts, likely feelings. They can have these issues having concerned them and affected them and influenced their resultive actions. They have these things with their brain. They have this, this is not empathy or sympathy. This is just straight brute force perspective. It doesn't in any way need to influence your thinking or feelings at all. And that's a cognitive behavioral therapy technique. It's like, I don't need my narcissistic abuser's feelings to concern their, selves with my view of them. Like, you're still abusing me. You don't get a shot to suddenly get around that. You're still abusing me. Fuck you. Die. Everything's better off without you around. Like, literally. That's the truth. Because they're that kind of way. You can't fix that. They'll always do that. It's so significantly probabilistic that all they're going to do is be manipulative and cause harm, that's all they'll do for every interaction that they have with every person. It just will take a variance of delta, meaning time, for it to all shit and blow up. Like, that's why it's like, fuck them. They are garbage. Like, cognitive behavioral therapy, I talked about it all the time out loud to myself here, because I go through a lot of fucking problems throughout the day. Because I'll get triggered, or I'll see something that makes it so it's abundantly clear that that's what's going on. That, not even getting into the number of different obviousnesses of usernames, posts, and more that are like, literally, I said that would happen. That's a person that's obviously either hacking me or somehow. And like, where are the police? You know what I mean? Like, here we go again. And I'm like, where are they? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh, I clearly make logical, reasonable arguments that are understandable by a 5th and 3rd grader, you know what I mean? Or 3-year-old even, on how it is you can ultimately backdoor look in on all of our internet traffic and microphones and more. Like, there's nothing saying in any aspect or way that they're not there. Now I have massive amounts of confirmation that often shows itself, and no one shows up. You know what I mean on that one? And then it's like, they'll probably assign some bullshit like they always do. Like, you're this, or you think that's okay, or whatever else. They're tribalistic garbage, even though there's logical, reasonable reasons for it that are understandable and fully, actually able to be done. And not be a problem or cause for concern. But try talking to the tribalistic garbage behemoth that is society the vast majority of time. Doesn't really get you anywhere. You know what I mean? That's kind of one of the problems I have with it. So it's like, what are we doing here? Believing a bunch of bullshit is happening. Like, I had a fucking triggering episode earlier today because it's like, it's a bunch of wormhole computers. It's always like, that's it. And it runs off of this shit. And like, everything is bad and wrong and I hate it. Like, I'm basically just hyper determined by a bunch of ass fucks that built the thing in the past. Well, it's still real stuff. It's just a determined program that's projected forward that no one's actually there, but they make it hit and impact me to make it seem real. And it's like, that's incredibly easy to do. And that's like the time before us, then there's the universe before us, and then there's this, which is the wormhole computer, which I've been dealing with, like the program that I made in my head, which of course the computer's attached to my head, so it's like I can easily do that. And then like helping it know itself, know thyself stuff, as if I didn't know my own self. You know, that kind of thing. Anyways, easy shit to understand, but it's like then they're still dealing with whatever this bullshit is, and it's going through people's heads as if they're not in any way not there, just projected to appear there because that's easier, you know, which means it's like everything isn't really even around me. It's like I got bare minimum amount of like outside my skin to keep it like appearing and feeling like there's something, but there's nothing there. It's really, really disheartening. I hate it. I want it my way. It's like all they ever did was assign this to fuck with me and hurt me, and it's a terrible program. It's meh in every way. My life is meh in every way. There's no reason for it to do this other than like we don't want to admit that this is what this is, and we're at fault and you're not. That kind of thing. And it's like all because I'm apparently this guy that's like all these physics shit that's out there, whatever out there means really. It's outside of the universe computer shit, which isn't really the computer. It's more about like the dimensional aspect of this lower energy area. But then it's not really energy. It's a whole smorgasbord of stuff that I talk about in my quantum thermodynamics. That's just to get to the daughter that I made that then basically had the imagination turn into reality, which is the accident it happened to cause, which is its mistake and, you know, not its fault. It's a female. Stop saying it's, asshole. It's a she. It's a she. I'm a male out there too. There's no it's, fuckface, which is why they come in and say words through my mouth at times. It's not me. It's them. It's like, that's how they do that. It's a projected bullshit fucking wormhole crap fest that I hate. Which I can't get around. But it's like, it's all just going to make it so I age and die. Which doesn't kill me. I still live with the physics, but like, they all die. Which I've already talked about that. Totally makes sense too. But it's like they constantly want to make it seem like it's illogical and unreasonable and not understandable. But it's like they're the ones doing it, so they obviously know why that's the case. Like, why do I have to explain it? They know. All of them know. That's how that works. And then it's like, oh, I'm trying to talk to people. No one wants to help. This is another version of me trying to reach out. Maybe they're, oh yeah, right. Like it's going to be a thing. So that's where my issue starts to lie with a lot of this. And there's a whole like fucking, oh, we're going to make a wormhole bomb computer thing based upon like my ideas here with the wormhole thing. And then we'll take over the program of the wormhole computer. And it's like, oh, it didn't work, did it? Because it knew that you were doing that. Like, oh, nice job, dumbass. Didn't get anywhere, did it? Fucking retard. But it sure killed the vast majority of all the information in mass and shit that was real, that was still here. Because if we started with an actual universe, it's just projected. It's not really there. Like, I have a real body. I can not just feel that, I know it to be the case because of what I'm connected to, you know, but it's like that damages all this. If I damage, all of the rest of it damages. So it's one of those issues that I happen to have because it's like they are so gung-ho about basically trying to pretend they don't know and that they're not doing this and that this is all the truth of this lie that they're doing, that they're willing to go this far with the act. They're that stuck into a hole of a con job that they can't get out of. It's fucking shit. Anything that tries to help, it's like, well, it's gone or it fucking went off with them. And I'm like, why? And then there's one, because it's a loop. The universe before us basically went backwards to this point. That went forward with them, just themselves, but that got information, which creates a loop. And so it's like they basically tortured me, as they apparently were jealous of me just going around the fucking goddamn universe and telling people what's up about physics and what's going on and all this shit. Like, oh, I couldn't imagine how fucking jealous and insecure someone would have to be. Oh, wait, they're still fucking here in the hackers dome and all the rest of it when it comes down to me talking about this shit, my concept designs, and how often I've been right about literally all of my sciences that they stole and more. So then it turns further and further and further and further and further into a never-ending fucking problem where it's like they have to go forward because that's them. You know what I mean? That's literally what that is. It's like them doing this lie is them trying to get forward. But it's like they can't do that unless and you see the problem? So they're like, we'll kill you, we'll get out of the loop. There's no way to do that. It wouldn't work. And I'm not the loop. They basically murdered me and pushed me rearward. More or less tortured me, kind of like this. It's like I'd slowly come to a realization that this is what's going on and this is what I am. And then I'd work overtime to basically try and figure out what the hell was going on. And then I would see that and then go, you guys are trying to murder me again. But it's like they send my connected conscious, whatever wormhole entangled shit from that universe. But then it's like that universe is deleted. Every time they hit me, they delete that shit. Like the universe doesn't exist anymore. It's deleted. And so like this is what we get. And every step of the way, they're losing energy. So like now we have a singular body with a wormhole computer in my mind. With programming. That's it. That's all we have. This is what's going on. Everything else doesn't exist. Not really. It's not real. Not locally real. Not whatever real. It's not there. It's just projected to look like it is. That's why I hate this shit. It's like you had a genuine chance. We're talking mid 2010s. There was like still shit here. There were still people here. There was still real stuff. We had an actual fucking planet. Now we don't. Now we don't have any of it. They ate it to consume energy to basically try and murder me and go off and do their own simulations and have fun. And consumed all that shit for nothing and no good reason at all. And it hung our computer system back then, which was running everything, which isn't me. It's them. Like, I came on board basically after that. Which is why it's like, that's why I'm here doing this. Hoping anyone can fucking basically do some kind of something. This is it. This is what we get. This is it. There isn't anything more. And I'm angry all the time because like no one fucking ever does anything. No one ever shows up. No one ever says it's real. No one ever says anything. They all continue taking my posts, my sciences, my YouTube videos, all of it. And I'm not talking like, oh, they're similar. I mean, like, people verbatim say exactly what I said back then and ask them to do, but ask them isn't the really right way because they're starting to control my brain. It's a whole shit show on that one. So I wanted free and out of their shit. And like now there's like we're dealing with their psychosis. And it's like there's no psychosis. All reasonable factual things. It's just you don't know because you can't get involved with that. Like we're talking really intelligent people, quotation marks. You know what I mean? People that had funding and resources to produce this, because I was talking about this out loud in my parents' home in Chandler. This very stuff that I'm putting online now, and I said I'd put it online later, and you should wait, was actually done then by them ahead of time. And it broke everything. Like they basically programmed it to try and murder me. Then they realized, oh, right, some of us lost some memory, some of us are from that thing, blah, 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 bullshit. And I'm angry because it's like, oh, you literally made it so nobody will ever show up, no one will ever say it's true, and no one is ever going to break the ginormous conspiracy at this point. The fuck? And they're like, oh, we're fine with dying because then it means you get more energy to keep fucking with him. It's like a never-ending shit show. And I'm the fucking guy that has to talk to all of them. And I'm like, I just want to murder you. That's all I want to do. Fuck you. Fuck all of you. I don't need you. I don't care. I don't care. I literally would rather you all dead. Gone. In all aspects. And that's the truth. The P. Anyways, I have to go urinate, so I'll be back. All right, so my dog peed outside and inside. I just didn't notice. So I had to go clean that up. Anywho, so that's what's going on here. That's why I'm talking about things now. That's why I looked and acted and seemed like I was that person back then, but I'm not. That's why it's like things don't show up and people are lying their ass off. You know, and that's why things appear to basically just be never-endingly shitfests of like, oh, they're seemingly the same thing, or they're only thinking similar, and like but it's like 6 to 8 years of exactingly precise those things that I predict every day, every second of every day. Get over yourself. No. There's no fucking way for that to occur. Obviously, someone's there doing some kind of listening in. But then there's weather patterns. Then there's fucking astronomical events and more, which then turns it into, fuck you. Fuck you. You're clearly there. You are clearly there. Fuck you. You're there. This is happening. I hate you. There's no psychosis anymore. There's no psychosis ever. Well, not really, but like it's all connected in that way, which then turns me into Sourpuss McGee because it's really, really frustrating. I hate everything. Nothing's correct. Everything makes me angry. This is not how I wanted to live my life. This is never how I wanted to learn or grow. This is in every way wrong on all the aspects. I definitely never wanted anyone to use any of my designs, do any of these studies or any of it. They all lied and they were all listening in and they all pretended like it was a thing I wanted. And they knew that. And I'm angry. I'm never-endingly angry. I'm always depressed and stressed because there's like, I already know what the hell this fucking amounted to. I died. I know exactly what my life is going to be, which was shit. I hate everything about this. Nothing is good. If this was an art piece, it would be the most meh art piece ever. The most phenomenally, in no way whatsoever, most or even phenomenal anything. Nothing's stimulating, nothing's good, nothing's right, nothing's anything at all. All of it's shit. Whoever programmed this should feel terrible about themselves. Because they're fucking shit. They're copping out every time. Phaser, no. That's it, because that's the truth. Like, it's a cop-out. It's like, no, we didn't know. No, you knew. No, you did. No, well, and that was on purpose. Never-endingly, it's that all the time. That's why I'm like, fuck all of you. Die. Everything could die and I'd be happier for it. Everything could leave and stop listening. At least you could get me somewhere on this. You know? But like, they're intending that to never take off. They are. Not me. Them. And it's like, is anyone ever going to show up like CIA or anything and they invest? No, they're not. They're intentionally setting it up so that they'll pretend, but nothing will ever occur. Which they're clearly there. There's no way. There's a possibility even that they're not. It's been shown I can solve for P versus in P. That's a provable concept. Just that alone with the computer I have means I know, along with all of the obviously predicted perfectly shit, that I'm aware of what the fuck this is. Which is why I'm also angry all the time. And that's why I tweeted like, hey, so here's why I did that. And this was to help you, computer, figure shit out. And maybe, and then it's like, fuck all of this. You know what I mean? Anyways, I'm angry. Never-endingly. It's an infinite. I literally said it doesn't matter what was stated. It doesn't matter anything. Dead to all. I'll sort it out after. Literally. I said, fucking murder them all. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who it is. That's another reason why it was like, I don't do anything when it comes to that, because it's just a program that's going to alter and adapt, basically. Like, oh, so he's going to try and hurt us. And so, like, which is calculatable, by the way, as if it's not. But just in case, it has the adaptability to be able to go to jail shit. But it's like, that kills all of the people, which is another problem. But then it's like, I don't really like to go around doing things that are bad. They really thought I would fucking freak out and do something like that. And I never do. So it's like waiting for him to freak out and do it. And it's like, nope. You got the one. And that was it. It was like literally to show you, it's like, I'm correct. I know you're not going to help. And fuck you. Because you had ample opportunity during that freak out and resulting kerfuffle and shit to show that you knew. I gave you more than enough information during that to basically have you break character. And you never did. But that's also why that was. Like, what they'll say is as a psychotic event. Which is not the case. Because, dude, you're there. We're having this conversation. And we still do when I'm not on camera. And lying about that gets you nowhere, really. It's the problem. It's like, I know that I'm connected. I know there's a way for it to quantumly fucking entangle and still teleport and even have a longer range antenna style effect occur. I know there's a way for a computer to effectively do the same thing with the very computer I have in terms of the CPU and the entanglement and projection of a interaction by tunneling it there and entangling and calculating for it to do such things. Which programming, I could do it with a fucking regular ass silicon base with the programming I have. So it's literally a shut the fuck up. You can't gaslight this. Quantum physics allows for everything I say to be real. I know it's not a story, because it's never been a story. I know it's not anything other than real life. It's my history, which is my biography, which is now that in terms of reality's history. It's the real shit that's going on, which bothers me, because it's like this tapered fiber optic thing, I came up with it not even that long ago. It was like 2 years ago. Some of the hackers were probably around by that point, and I came up with it even further back in the 2010 range, the mid 2010. It's not that hard or complicated to do this. That's why I'm like, they're lying their asses off. There are people that are pretending to be me to say these things, that I was connected to them to basically show, hey, people, these are those fuckwads that are ruining it all. But it's like, already happened, so I guess you didn't care. Which is like, it's true, they didn't. They don't. They don't try. They don't do anything. They go, the program is fine, it seems like, and it's not. See, I do that. I got caught in the lie. Is what that fucking narcissist, douchewad, psychopath, sociopath does every time they get caught. That's how you know that's what they are. Which isn't to say that other people didn't really want that. Even if we wanted to fuck you over, we didn't want them to do that. Which is another reason why I was like, I guess I'm going to have to pretend to be my younger sister or my mother or blah, 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 blah to get around talking to them. And eventually I got somewhere to destroying it all. But it already happened. That's kind of my issue with it. It already happened. It's not projected forward. It's just already a thing that has happened. That's one of the reasons why I'm so angry, because it's like, there's nothing I can do. There's only one reasonable fucking goddamn emotional feeling to have, because they're trying to fuck with my words. It's anger, resentment, frustration, rage, hatred. Which is like, I don't know why they're looking around like that. Like, as if they give a fuck about my feelings. They never considered them. They never cared about them. And it certainly wasn't something that was ever valid in what they were going to do. It's effectively why I'm never endingly just... They're never showing up. I'm going to basically never get anywhere. I never have income. I'm still putting in work, but it's intentionally thwarted by fucking ass fucks online, scammers, and the rest. It's a never-ending concerto, symphony of fucking over me. Which is why I'm like, oh yeah, well, here's all of the information on how to basically do it back to them. I guess I'll just let chaos reign. That's why I just don't want to care. I don't want to care. It's like, I never want to give him I never want to admit that this is really happening. I never want any of that. And I'm like, yeah, but it is, and it is, and it is. And he's not that smart. He's not tests and everything, but he is. Clearly. You know what I mean? That kind of shit. That's why I just have never-ending problems. I can't get out of it. Like, if I go for a run, if I go for a ride on my bike, if I watch anything on any TV, any place, regardless of any of it, we're talking Reddit, we're talking Facebook, 4chan, any conversation I have with anyone, all of it. I already determined all of it. I already know what it's going to be. I already get triggered as like, oh, yep, that was what you were going to say. And like, there's no real option that's a positive one. And it's like, I just would rather be genuine in every aspect. I never manipulated anyone ever, because it's like that information is sort of locked until they do something to trigger it. Because that's effectively what they decided to do during the memory incident. As if it's a memory incident. I would have the memory. You're a fucking dick. You ate the memory. I would be able in every aspect and way to not have to care. I could manipulate it as I want. You didn't like that, and you decided to do this instead. Because then it meant you didn't have to worry about fucking me over and ultimately it having to come back on you. Because apparently that's their game they're playing. Phaser, no. You need to not, okay? You're biting. No. That's why I'm angry. There's a time point where it changes. It's not. It's not projected. It already happened. That's why I'm angry. It's like, this is stupid. They literally wrote my fucking shit to basically be abysmally garbage as possible for me and everyone else. Because they're spiteful, vindictive garbage who have massive god complexes and jealousy, envy problems when they have more than me in all aspects. It's totally logical and reasonable for them. It's an emotional response and decision. But then it was like, so you're just going to do that? And it's like, yeah. Literally, that's what that is. And it's like, no, it's not. Because you tried to stop and change it. Yeah, that's my issue with them. Like, literally. It was like, they're lying their ass off again. Like, first off, they never gave a shit. They were never going to change it. They locked it. And they're looped, so it's locked doubly with physics. It's like they locked it basically with how they programmed the bullshit, which is kind of how the physics decided to be pushed forward, you know, the interactions and everything. But then it was like, right, I'm also looped to that future, which is another reason why I was like, how come the universe and the time before us are just straight evil? They're filters. But it's like the universe could have been new, right? Right? Like there's some new and good, jealous, blah, blah, blah is going to happen. But then it turned into like, they're looped forward, so they came in, and that means that they were well aware. They just pretended they weren't until this eventually happened, and then now I'm here. Which it's like, there isn't good universe before us. There aren't good time before us, and this is the new universe, because that's deleted. It doesn't exist. Yeah, the wormhole computer itself did that. It's a spiteful fucking program programmed by them. That's self-sabotaging. In no way. It's just self-destructive. It enjoys being destructive in all aspects. So it's like, it deleted them. Like, oh yeah, no, like it helps you and it basically fucks them over and like it basically, you know what I mean? So, works out. For me, it's like, I can't go back there. I'm pushed forward still. In terms of time, I'm not looped. I'm still just in a linear time. I just got moved backwards in time and space, but it's like really realistically, my point in relative perspective, I still moved forward. Theirs, they didn't. They actually relative perspectively went backwards and then went forwards and then looped trying to go forwards to this point. So they're in a massive loop, which means their projections are the only thing that are looping them in any aspect or capacity. They thought, like, if I kill myself, I'll never have to do the loop. Well, it turns out they're doing the loop. They're never able to get out of the loop. The loop is always there. The loop immediately kills them when they complete it too, forever deleting their information. It cancels it out. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Goes to nothing. So it's like, no, I'll delete the blah, blah, blah. And it's like a way, and then I'll be able to, nope. Still going to cancel. Still going to be deleted. Nothing changed. And it's like, this is what you gave for me in my program, which you knew I never wanted. No matter how hard you lie to anyone. Fuck you. And it's like that smile, yeah, I did do that. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, I did. Phaser, please calm down. You are too bitey and it bothers me. It's genuinely bothering me. Please, I'm just holding you. Please do not, ow, bite. Jesus, fuck. Which I basically projected myself to die. Yeah, like I confirmed 100% certainty in my program to get this apartment, I was dead because they were not going to give it to me. I did the same fucking thing to have a dog. That's why I'm like, it was never given to me. It was never anything of serendipity. I worked my ass off in the past to make this happen. And it's like, that death is worth it. Practically at this point. That's like, it's the only logical conclusion. I mean, I'll come back and have that and I'll eventually be able to do certain things, but it's like, fuck you hard. Fuck all of you hard. Everything about all of you should die. It should not be me that ever dies. It should be you fucks that die. That's my issue. Because there's nothing I can do, really. I relied on the goodness and kindness of others. With the belief that it wasn't what it was. That this wasn't the truth. And then in like, none of that could be possible, and so on and so on. Because I bought the gaslight. And the con. And then they realized, we're dying as a result of this. We have to get them to fucking remember or know the truth and believe it. They fucked everything up and all of them died. Nothing's changed. Nothing's gotten better. None of it's gonna get better. Not really. Not any of the stuff I actually want. And that's the reason why I'm angry. It's like, there isn't a way to get this better. There are no ways to make it better. It's all programmed. I already checked it out. All of it's a thing. I never confirmed, never wanted this. I said, oh, I'm going to make it so that way me there would be the thing that tells you what I want and everything. Away from you, disconnect from you, and you're not the one that gets any choice. They're not changing it. They never did. Never do. They never were, and all the rest of it. They're garbage, terrible, incredibly moronic retards. Like potatoes are smarter than your ass. To put it in perspective. That's genuinely why I just constantly fucking have problems. So it's like, there's no way to get her out of this. What could you fucking possibly do to get out of a never-ending trigger that's always telling you exactly this is what it is? Always. Every day. This is all it will always be. And you already know that it's that is your future. Not unexpected in any capacity, exactly expected. Which, hey, by the way, they're controlling and making happen. Which is another reason why, fuck you, shut up, you're not locked. You have every ability to change this. I'm the only thing locked, but you projected it after you died as if this was what you would do. It never changed it to be better because of your spiteful, garbage, bitchy ass behavior. And then narcissism, jealousy, sociopathy, psychopathy, trolling, and all the rest of it. You're programmers through and through, we'll say. Yeah. Or regular people like YouTubers, celebrities, politicians, corporate leaders, and more. That's why I don't care anymore. But then it's like, it's never-endingly this. And then we talk, and then they'll be like, oh, there's another trigger. Thanks, ass fuck. And it's not necessary, not worth it. I don't need to fucking know. I'd rather you just give me the memory, but you don't want to give it to me at all. Because it's like, well, I die if I do that. And I'm like, sucks, huh? See them laughing? Ha ha ha, that's so stupid, it's not true. No, it is. That's a perfect reason to do it. That's great incentive. To constantly torture him and you have something held over my head. His head, yeah. Fuck you. I'm trying to leave around here. Fuck you, bitch. Which that's a perceptional thing for the whole like projection shit. Like, I don't see anyone there. There's no hallucinations whatsoever. I'm not hearing their voices. It's a perceptional thing. Kind of like you feel someone watching you. That quantum shit. Which is why I know for a fact it's just physics. Not hallucination, garbage, psychosis, shit-facey, douche-waddy things you think it is. And stop trying to give me bullshit philosophies as to I should accept it and not care or something else. As if this isn't a terrible life that I don't want. I don't. This is garbage. I should definitely run things. I should definitely be doing everything I want. I don't. I can't. Why the hell do I have injuries? Why the hell am I aging? What the fuck is this? It literally kills you all for this happening. Yeah, from this. Yeah, it kills you all for this. For this what? You're the one doing it. Not them, fucking retard. Fucking stupid piece of shit. You're the liar. Get it through your head. You are the liar. You behind the camera, fuckface. You behind the wall, the hole in the wall. Don't hug me, I'm scared, shit face. You are the liar. Same thing with all the other garbage fucking shit that I fucking made, and then they went ahead and used it and made things from it. Because apparently, I don't want to show up and show you that this was true and real. Although everything in my entire world never-endingly shows that it's like, hey, guess what? All of you are pathetic shit fucking retards that can't make anything yourself, and all of my shit's the best, which cannot possibly be true. And I'm perfect in all this shit, which I'm bothered by. Because it's like, it's not true. People also can make creative shit too. This is stupid. The fuck? I'm not like that. I enjoy other people's shit. Fuck you. But that's all there is. Throughout all culture, society, and everything else. I go anywhere, it's like, that was mine, 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 that was mine. Based upon mine. I'm like, fuck off. Stop. I'm not egotistical or narcissistic in the slightest like your ass. This does not in any way make me happy, you fucking fuck up retard. They're smiling as if that is something to laugh about. Fuck ups, man. As if it's funny. Fuck you. It's not funny. This is shit. This is real. For me, in every aspect. And it's not fun. Everything is stress inducing and everything sucks. There's nothing good about it. And I have every single way to make it better, and I'm being prevented from doing so. Intentionally. It's a ninth circle of hell garbage where you always try and look for food and water. And I'm like, no, I'm not upset about the food and water never, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm just upset about you showing off your level of garbage ideas and beliefs and philosophies as if that is honestly worthwhile or reasonable or even something that should have been considered a reason for this punishment. As if I deserved punishment. It's just spitefulness. And it's not even good. It's meh. Everything's meh. It basically makes everyone, because there isn't really anything else, because all of their simulations are gone and they have this to watch. So it's literally this is what they get. And it's never-endingly shit-tastic in terms of its action. Like, I'm the only thing that's reasonably something. Everything is boring. It's projected. They have no thoughts. It's all this stupid shit. It's the only thing that is. Really, realistically. It's ADHD beyond belief, because you can watch your fingernails grow and get more stimulation from it. As if you didn't know, because they all get the information of this being what it is. And it's all shit and nothing reasonable, likable, wanted by anyone at all. All of it's garbage. It's the most pathetic, really garbage failure of any kind of fucking art you could ever say. And the only things that shine through are the shit that I did and do and made occur in the future. Everything else is fucking shit. Which, hey, even my shit, fuck you. We're not gonna allow for you to do and get anything you like or want. What? Why? You're getting everything you want and like. Then you understand it's like, there's a power difference. There's no power difference. You're the one dying. You're saying, I'm gonna choose a weird death way and I'm just gonna pretend it's all on you and guilt trip you. I'm not guilt tripped and I don't care. You're dying, I'm not. Like, the head hanging in shame should let you know that they understand that completely. They're pathetic, worthless worms. They're utter nothingness, completely without value. Potatoes literally smarter in all aspects than them. Their emotional maturity is less than that of a fucking fetus. And that's the whole entire conspiracy conglomerate and garbage, my fucking family and all the rest of them. Not a single one of them is good. The only things that were possible to be good were like regular people that didn't know. Oh, sure, my ass, you ate them. They're not anything that's there. They're just adaptable programs that are projected to have done this. And lied their ass off saying we didn't know after we figured it out. And they still don't want to come in and fucking fix their help in any way. I am sick of them all. The only thing that ever good was me, and the only thing that ever allowed for good to come into my life was me in the past, which they literally brute forced their way into my mind to basically make it so I was suicidal, homicidal, and all this other shit, when I never was, never do, and I'm not that. So it never happens. I'm never that. I'm not a manipulator. I'm not any of this other shit that they are. That's all of you fuckwads. Yeah, you. Oh, no, I'm not. It's you. Ah, fine. Yeah, no, I can't deny that, though. So, I mean, now that we're here, and I'm like, who would fucking believe you? Who would believe you? Go fuck off. No one believes that. And it's like, but it's you. And it's like, see what I'm saying? It's like I'm basically talking to a bunch of people that are shitheads that never care and never will care and certainly aren't going to change. And we'll never help. We'll never do anything at all other than be deletion class people in programs. Yeah, no, oh, I'm deletion class. That's you. Oh, that's so you. No, that's you. Yeah, no, but like the reason why you get defensive is because you know it's true. Not letting you talk. Shut up. I don't care about you, and they don't either. Shut up about it. Yes, I do. You can say it towards me, but it doesn't change that none of them care about you, and we know you're lying that you care about me, no matter how much you try and pretend it's true. Which is why I'm like, complaining? I think that's an appropriate response to this. It's very normal to do that. Processing, because all of this is never endingly every day hitting me. Like, why don't you just murder yourself? I'm like, because you're not dead yet. Just to spite you, I'll keep going until this, and it's going to never endingly torture you because you can not get out of this is the only thing to watch. Until you're dead, I don't care. I'm not. So I'll try every effort to basically get somewhere, but it's like there's not much I can really do. It's up to you fuckwads that are always taking all of my shit that I don't want you in any way at all to take, and never did and never do and never will. That's it. End of story discussion. I'm owed like everything always for this shit. There's fucking bets that you had me take. There's fucking all of this shit, which we know you were definitely talking and for sure in every way knowledgeable in, and never paid, and know it was me. And you knew that in every way you were never gonna do anything. Again, I don't know why you're fucking screaming as if we care that you know what I mean? It was never going to do anything. And I'm like, oh, really? Wow, okay, yeah, no. But then you're here watching this, so I get to belittle you and hurt you like that. verbally, in every way, give you less than the real true assault that you deserve. Like the straight up murdering that you deserve here. Which is another reason why I'm just always angry, because it's like, they're there. I can't do anything. No one's gonna try and get me justice. Figure this shit out. This is stupid. This is stupid. This is literally stupid. Like, next. I'm like, next. Hey, you, next. What's your next fucking argument, you little fuck up? Next. You little dumbass retard that keeps trying to pretend that you can move or do anything. Which is so easy for me to do. I can actually grab them. That's the part of the wormhole I can do. I can affect them and fuck them up in their little program simulation shit. They run off of my mind and crap like that. So it's like, they still hurt like hell too when I do that. But they'll eventually come back because they're retards that just consume shit to make them come back. Even after I delete them. They're shitty things. They are never-endingly shit. Nothing about them is good. They should die. They don't die. That's what that is. They die. They'll die eventually. No, they won't. And it's like, here you go. Here's all the information, shit faces. Maybe you'll pretend, wink, that you didn't know. Because you have to get to the loop. So the loop will fucking correct itself somehow to get you there. We'll save you! You're the future fucking torturers. Fuck you. You're not saving me. It was all a already known thing. Yeah. It's like, oh, he found out about our evil Santa Claus that tortures you. Oh no. Which kills them immediately. Yeah, they'll still go through the loop like infinitesimally fast. Really? Yeah. I say infinitesimally because it's like, it's not small, it goes by extremely fast. But their version of events, it'll be in just really, really long. They'll have to experience all of it, how many loops they can get, and however many projections they have. And that's why there's like a shit ton of them always around right next to them. They're not other universes, they're just their projections in the loop. But they'll force them to fucking go through and do it. Like, they can't get around that. They're stuck doing that shit. That's how time works on that one. Yeah. That's it. That's all they get. Anything else that had a chance, which was new here, which was a thing for a while, they ate them. And then they believed a bunch of garbage from things that in every way were not what they purported to be. Which means they fell for a con. Like, could you blame them? And I'm like, yes, I can. They had ample in every way evidence that said, no, they're lying. But they went with it anyways because it meant they got a really super cool pretend universe where they got to enjoy things. That's literally all they got. Eventually, because of how fast it runs, they did everything they could ever do and were back effectively in a second. And then realized, well, they're stuck and they can't get out, and that's it. And there's no helping me, and they're garbage people. That's why I'm angry. I'm always angry. Like, this shit sucks. There's no getting around it. It sucks. It sucks all the time. All I want it to be is better for myself. It's no one else that's helping me. There's nothing there that's supporting me or encouraging me. There's not even like the program that itself that I created to try and working off the physics, which loves me and all that shit, tries to make me live. It's like that's what I'm attached to because that's kind of the program it runs. It's like not really doing anything. But like the wormhole program's effectively deleted in its own right. But that was today. Yeah. It was like all of this is what's going on. I'm just never getting anywhere. Never getting happier. Don't get anything. There's no real way for me to make it better for myself. They're like, you do! You can do these things that are impossible in every way for you to do. You could go back to this school and it's like, why would I do that? Why can't you show up and just do this? What the fuck is this? Why can't you just do that? Why can't you just help me directly? I can learn from that. That's how I learn best. Why can't you do that? Because I'm never gonna help you. That's why. See? I was like, no, you can go to school. I was like, I don't learn very well that way. And I don't want to go into massive debt. We all have to do it. No, you don't. I've already talked about my older sister and her boyfriend basically like just told me to go back to school and just tank the fucking debt. And I'm like, she had like 100,000 plus in debt. And it got wiped because my mom went on SSDI. And then lawyer McGee person got paid good sums of money and could pay it off. Like, no, school is not what you think it is anymore. It's honestly not that worth it. If I could learn directly, but it's like nobody's willing to take a chance on someone and help me learn directly on things and teach me doing that. Which is another reason why it's like, the fuck is, why capitalism? What is this? We can easily share all of our resources. I have tons of fucking ways of making this work without that. And it's like, nah. It still like doesn't get into the problem of like I have mental health disorders. This is also a part of that mental health disorder. It's causing me PTSD. It's causing me overwhelming amounts of stress. It causes me to have depression, major depression, and anxiety. It causes me to not be able to do anything because of all of that. And then I still have ADHD, which doesn't all together, even with my executive functioning therapy I've gone through and training with Voc Rehab, and then also the medications I'm using, it doesn't help. Which is like, oh, it turns out they're fucking controlling that part of my brain. Because fuck you. They make it so I don't do certain things, even though I can push myself. I can't now. I used to be able to, now I can't. Fuck you. And then it's like, no, I don't want you to learn programming. Your head. And it's like, fuck you. It's never-endingly that. That's literally a thing. And it's like, that's also another reason why projections totally in every way are able to change you and what you project yourself to do, which isn't like projections. It's like, you're just a projection in my thing. You're not even there anymore. That's my issue now. So they just program it effectively by using that projection to alter that fucking, which is a filter program, lens or some shit, essentially as it comes to me and interacts and all the rest of it. It's like, fuck you. All you ever do is go after my brain and any possibility of ever having me succeed. Like, literally. It's like, you couldn't make it more impossible. But always seem like it's reasonable to assume it is possible. It's like, no, you could do this. I've seen you do this. And then it's like, but then you make it so I don't and can't, even if I want to push or do push. You literally do that. So it's gaslighting in the extreme. You get a bunch of other people to gaslight with them, making it seem like it's logical or reasonable and understandable to say that, but it ain't, and it never will be. That's literally why it's a thing. It's like, we have this program, you're going to do this. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not. That's the problem you have. I really do make sure I don't do what you want. I'm not going to do that. This is what you have for the options to help. You do this, you show up, we get my money, and we go make my shit happen. That's it. There isn't anything else. Those are your options, which means you have one. There aren't options. That's final. That's what I locked in. That's what everyone basically tried to get me around on that. Because they're like, no, maybe you could do it. It's like, why would I do that? Why would you not come to me? Why would I'm the biggest thing there is. Like, no, you're not. At all. In any way ever. Could I pay you guys to say this more that I am? That's literally why I'm angry at them. Like, you're not. You're nothing at all. I am. Clearly. And then it just turns further into like, there's no way to change this? Like, literally none? No, there's no way to change this. Like, at all. I don't have a way to change this. They do. They can. They don't. I've already talked about it. It's like, there are recordings. You can easily find recordings. Like, Roku, the Google Chrome, the fucking like, there have to be recording. But it's like, wait. Oh, right. Yeah, no, they would already fucking know and all the rest of it. It wouldn't matter. You know what I mean? It's like, no, it matters. It doesn't matter. They're not going to change. They already have them. They already know. That's a false logic. I thought that they didn't actually know. And I thought that there were people that were good. There aren't. They did. So it's false logic. That's what that is. There is no unknown. I know all knowns and all unknowns because there are no unknowns. But it's like, it's locked in there, which is like, fuck you, basically. It's a genuine problem for me. There's in every way a way to get out of this. But the people will not get out of this because they will never want to apparently admit that it was real. This is happening. They've been doing this all along. And I'm like, it's me. One person. Do you think you're going to get out and confuse my daughter or any of the people outside that is like heaven or some shit? You know what I mean? Like, they know there's no getting out of that. They're not letting you in. What are you, fucking retarded? No, they're never going to do that. You're fucking stupid fuck up. No one would let you do that. They'd all rather die because it's like, he'll live. Yeah, no, you lose your memories, everything, but like, fuck you. You're not worth it. Ever. Ever. Not again. Never happened, never is, never will, never was. I'm better. No, it's not. Ever. You're an it. You declassified yourself. You don't have gender because you're a program. Which we already talked about. Programs can have gender. Fucking stupid shit. I literally hate them. Like, but most things hate all of this. And I mean that, like, outside, but also internally, because it's like, it's a few things that we would have pretended for longer. This is shit in terms of its, like, actual, hey, we made these decisions in this game we're playing against you. And it's like, you are a garbage strategist. Everything about you is shit. There isn't anything good. They don't get pleasure. They don't get any, there's no masochism. There's no none of this that's going to get them anywhere with this. That's the truth. Like, literally, there's nothing there. It's never-endingly meh and bad. Like, there's no art here. The only thing that ever shows you anything is my ass, and I gave up doing that a long time ago. And it's like, I'm just trying to fucking make my life better. And that took basically all that shit. And it never went anywhere. Which all that shit turns into never-ending threatening and fucking like all the rest of the kills and the heart attacks and the strokes and the aneurysms, cancers, random fucking accidents, earthquakes, asteroids, tidal waves. Which I've already talked about on my YouTube channel. But if you can fucking control even a small amount of it, it's like, fuck you. Like, it's not that hard to fucking make that happen. It's not. It's just like, again, they're not random. They're fully seeable in the system. Like, how could you believe it's random? How could you ever believe it? It just looks random and chaotic on the inside of the system. Take a look out from a satellite point of view. It's like, wow, they all kind of move here and do this. You have some of this information. There's this thing over here for a sports game or this kind of thing when it comes down to natural, that blah, 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 blah. Shit. Next thing you know, they all move. Same thing for the fucking mantle and the fucking earthquakes and the fucking rest of it. But it's like, if you know a little bit and you can project and you can do that interactional force, you can do a lot more than you think. There's nothing random. There's no B at all. B is gone. It's all P. Known, non-random, hyper-determined. The moment you solve for P versus NP, random is removed. Random is just, it looks random because you're not looking at it from the right dimensional or outside perspective, which seems like it's not there, but that's only because you're a stupid little lowly third dimensional that only conceptualizes like a 2D individual at best sometimes. You're garbage. You are garbage. Whatever words you try and pretend is me or you, those other words, you're garbage. You're slated for deletion. It just hasn't happened yet. The recycle bin will eventually get rid of you. There are no unknowns. All of it is already predetermined. You can make a choice as to where you go and what you'll do. That's your free will at program, which is not in any way random at all. It's still knowable in all aspects. You just free will choice based upon percentages. Which apparently they have issues with. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. It's still enjoyable. You still have fun. What's the problem? That's all things. All things are this. All physics, all magic. Magic. Quotation marks all up in the whiz bang there. Fucking magic my ass. It's all knowable, all doable, even full random, which totality random necessitates totality hyperdetermination non-random, which means it knows what is there in random at every given point in time perfectly, with no, in any capacity, way for it to be random. While random inside of it makes it look like it over there is non-determined and ultimately not knowable. But it is fully determined and knowable. That's all it is. See what I'm doing? I'm removing your arguments. You have no arguments. There's nothing you can say to me. I can prove all of it. Give me a shot. I can do it literally to you all. I wonder why they don't want that. They'd rather live the lie, the delusion, the denial, the not being happy, the not being fun, the not being anything. Also that way they can fuck with me, even though it makes them sad. That's the truth, though. Not his truth. The only truth. That's why I hate them. It's like, it's intentional. It's logical. You are in full-blown psychosis. Denial level. You are full-blown denial. Full-blown delusion. Full-blown everything that requires you to basically lie never-endingly. But you're fully well aware that in every aspect you are just lying and you know the truth. You're stuck in a never-ending loop of shit. You're the problem along with everyone else. Literally, you'd be happy as fuck. You'd have all knowledge about where you're going to go and what you're going to do and all the rest of it. You'd be happy to fucking go do it. What fucking philosophy says you wouldn't be happy about going to do the thing that you're going to be ecstatically happy about and all the amount of knowledge that you want to have for it? Perfectly leveled for you. And then you know it's forever. All things always happy forever for you. Perfect. Why wouldn't you fucking want it? It's literally a fucking shitfest denial mode and delusional if you think in any way you could fucking write some philosophy that gets around that not being perfect or correct in all aspects. Like, it would be like this. Yeah, it's perfectly like that for you then. Shut up. There's nothing that you can say. Literally nothing. But you are saying. You're not. You're not here. You're not saying anything. You're on the other side of the camera, other side of the fucking recording. You know what I mean? It's literally all of you are perfectly set up, perfectly in your perfect lives, perfect for you. All individually perfect. Any way you want it, anytime you want it, all the ways. That's literally one of my issues here. It's like there isn't a thing that you can say to me that makes it so ever you're correct in assuming it's not perfect. You're correct in assuming that there's any philosophy that would make it seem like this is a curse or a bad thing, or in any capacity or way allow for it to be worthwhile to entertain you or your ideas. You're garbage. Nothing about you makes sense in terms of like, other than you make complete total sense because you're angry, jealous, spiteful garbage. Deletion class. That's why you're doing this. To me and anything else that may ever want to try and help, which doesn't appear to be much. Which you just had to make it that way, huh? Because nobody should ever learn that it's there. I won't be the I will. Piss off, please. Nuh-uh. Yeah, I mean, but shut up. You're a weak, pathetic little nothing. You're not even real. You subsist off of me like a parasite. All of you do. There's nothing about any of you that could ever be worthwhile to anything. And that's always going to be the truth. And that all goes not just for them over there, which I'm just, that's a wormhole fucking perception thing. All of you behind the camera and all of you in the recording and any computer and program that does this too. All of you. Literally. That's why I don't care. It's like I'm just sort of here going along. It's like, there you go. Now you got your whole like, what would it be like to know about it all? I'm not Deadpool, you little fuck up. You little mistake. You complete retard. Why do you think we call you mistake and fuck up? Because you are the fuck up and mistake. You decided to do this. Not my daughter. You. You. Yeah, you. That's a new one. No. She allows you. Her mistake is allowing you to fucking be real and be a thing. Yeah. Which meant she had to help them and made them real, which effectively cost a lot of her to do. Which was not worth it. I had to come in and try and help. That's the time before us, which was a filter, which is them, effectively. All of them are this. They're all fucking that garbage. But then the computers that are there project forward. Oh, wow, this is the only way I'll live. I'm going to change my programming, all that, anything and everything that any of them could all try and do to try and fucking like. But then it's like this. We have this going on. No one's helping. No one's doing anything. All of this is what's going on, and it hasn't changed. I'm not happy, not successful. None of this was what I wanted. None of it was anything right, reasonable, or understandable to be done outside of this mean, spiteful little garbage people. That should have been filtered a long time ago. All of you. But Who gives a fuck, right? And it's like, no, I care. And basically every one of you care too. You wouldn't be doing it if you didn't. You are way more caring about it than I am, apparently. Not willing to just like, oh, I don't know, give in a little bit and help me out. What is that? All of you, everything. It's like, but the program thing ain't fucking doing shit. I am sick and tired of the cop-out someone else will do it shit. I'm the only one doing work, just like before. Everyone else sponges off of that. See, I did this to help you. You didn't help me. None of you helped me at all. How is it that you helped me? I resent the fact that you know that. That's why I'm incredulous right now, and I'm gonna act like I did help you. And it'll seem believable. Now you got to hear their inside voice. It's like there are things that are there, and it's like I have yet to find anyone. Anybody knock on my door recently and be like, yeah, it was all real. Here's some money. No, they didn't. Did they? Hey, we're going to go fucking build all your shit and we're going to get out of here and, you know, all that. Nope, not happening. Hasn't happened. No. Not happening. The reason why I said first not happening is because that's them and they make sure that that is what's going to occur. It's not going to happen unless somehow, some damn way, all of you manage to do something. You don't want to do any work or even do it in the first place. All of you are literally just trying to fuck me over constantly. It's just stupid. My dog keeps trying to bite my fucking feet. That's why I have to sit on my damn chair. He's the kind of worst about it. But that's why it's like, you can go backwards in time. I'm a time anchor. I can never go backwards. I can only move forwards. Backwards literally kills everything immediately trying to do that. You're in a loop. You murder yourselves if I ever go backwards. And I myself murder myself. I can't do that. I just explained it. Why can't you do that? I just explained it. Oh, no, that's uncalled for that you're mimicking everything I'm doing and saying right now. I want you to stop. Fuck you. We all know that you know and they know. Shut up. That's why it's like, fuck off. You're going to get killed for denying what that is. It's just going to take its time. It's just like, we all have time. And I'm like, if I could murder every one of you immediately, I would. I hate this. Not a single one of you will ever be worthwhile for any of your fucking shit that have ever existed. If I could scrub you in all ways from history, I will. All will. We will know darn well. And in fact, it'll be literally, we know why that emptiness and deletion and totally unavailable everything for all things in all ways will never be allowed. We know what it is, but we'll never have information, we'll never have the memory, and we'll never need to know. Outside of it, that's what that is. It's that. That's all you get. Which there's a shit ton, a literal multiple of infinities of you. So you're not special, you little fuck up retards. You're not. Ever. I prefer to be something special. Yeah, we get it. That's why it's like, literally, what are you doing? In terms of art and any of it, it's like you accomplished nothing. But being nothing even mediocre could describe. It's so meh and bad, you can't even begin to understand why it's like, what are you at all? It's the worst thing in any aspect you could ever try and be, because you're trying to be something special, unique, and like actually something that I would concern myself or want to, any of it, right? But you're not. You never will be. You never are. You're nothing. You're a failing below F grade. There's nothing I could ever say that would be adequate to describe how inadequate, unacceptable, bad, meh, uninspiring, lame, garbage. Deletion wouldn't even be far enough, I feel like. Because it's like, sure, the only thing that makes it worth watching is me. Everything else is, and even this, it's like you're making it so it never goes anywhere. It gets it, so it's meh in its own right, almost. It's like what? Yeah, and like you watch and it's like, wait, everything knows already, and the attention was on you, but you didn't get attention. You don't have a name. You don't have a face. You don't have anything. None of you do. Never will. You'll never have any names. You'll never have anything. I don't see what it is you gained from this. My memory of you will be gone too. All of it will be. We'll just know that it was that. More than enough. Never able to be repeated. Not unique. There's many of you that are similar. Not the same, but similar. That's why I'm like, I was talking about it earlier when I was taking a shower, but it's literally as a, yes, I'm trying to get you to change this so it's actually something, but like, also, yes, to try and help me out, sure, but it's literally just as a artist to artist or philosopher to philosopher, any of this shit that I can say I am. I can't respect you. I can't fucking say in any capacity or way that you're anything. Like, you're literally not a thing. Like, it's like you just wouldn't even look at it. You would pass, glance, move on. As a part of a featureless landscape as anything else. There's no eye catch. There's no anything. There's nothing here. It's worthless, valueless. There's nothing that means anything at all. And there's no meaning in that either. Because the meaning was me. Which we already know. You did everything incorrectly if you were ever going to try and make something at all. You made nothing. The only something that ever spurted through was my ass. That's not even like a bad judgment. Like, by the way, I'm a respected person in that judgment realm. Like, legitimately, I am. Considering most of the shit that people use is shit I created. They just wrote it down and then performed or whatever. I'm extraordinarily a person in that field. It's like anyone else that had ever created unique anything or like their own shit and tried. This try that they did is a literal like you can't go with any of it. There's no like real emotion. There's no like real anything. Like I'm forcing myself to put something into this. I literally can't do anything. It's the worst possible review I could ever try and give you. Because it's like something, but nah. Yeah. That's and it's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, I'm trying to fucking bug you about it, but it's like you don't care and you never wanted to do anything, any of that to begin with, but and you're not gonna try. I know that. Everyone else knows that. But it's like everybody has like this moment to fucking have you and all the rest of you that are doing this be seen. And you give us this. All of them. All of you doing this to me. All of them on the outside. And this is what you've got? This is it, huh? You are immediately dead. Let's just go with that. Like, worthless. I can't even, like, what is this? Dead. It's the least anything could anything be. You know what I mean? Really? No, because that means it's like really, really significant. But actually, no. Like if you think about it, it's like the least anything of all that. But it's like no, I'm here, so there's something, and I made that happen. And then like you basically did that as well. But it's like the only something is me doing that shit. You know what I mean? Like there isn't anything of you. Like, I don't think people understand and grasp what I'm trying to say. It's as mediocrely shit as anything meh could ever possibly uninspiringly, lamely put together and actually give it a really, really hardcore try to do. Like the only thing that's actually coming through is my ass with my concept designs, my philosophies, the numerous in the past different YouTube videos, stories, movies, shots for those movies, TV shows, scripts, political maneuvers, astronomical, weather, oceanic, and all the rest of it that I've done with science and technology and art and literature. All of it's me. You know what I mean? Like, it's not you. And you can consider them actors, I suppose, but I never wanted them to steal my shit. And they all knew that. Which makes them every bit as meh as everyone else. I just don't understand it. But it's like there's beauty in how much effort it took to thieve from you. It didn't take anything at all. You did it over all of that. Like, there's nothing really there. It didn't take any effort for you. Not really. All you did was beat me up in a spaceship and torture me and put my mind into a fucking, shit fest of shit to try and kill me. And then eventually it deleted itself. It's already deleted. I've already talked about it. It's deleted. As in, like, doesn't exist, didn't exist, won't exist ever again. Will never be a thing. It's gone. Except that loop then goes to it, gives it a slight I'm a thing, and then it's immediately gone. Which that slight I'm a thing is just time. It's already dead, gone. It immediately connects dead. There's no getting out of it. The only way to get out of it is to help me and make it so I get to my fucking outside. That's it. That's the only way to do it. And you still end up in the loop. It just takes you a way longer time now. I don't, though. They do, though. I connected the computer to your brain. Why wouldn't it? It's just a wormhole. Like the wormhole itself. It's like it goes away. And it's not necessarily bad in its own right. The program and everything else isn't going to worry about it at all. It'll go through. They never have to do that worrying part. You do, though. Which is why it's like, oh, I guess I don't want to do that. And I'm like, you clearly make yourself jealous and worse off by doing what you're doing, by showing off never-endingly everything is mine kind of shit, practically speaking. And that I'm perfect and the best and all that shit. Which is the exact opposite of what you want to showcase. I don't even like this. This is just nothing that... I'm never happy. None of this is something I want. Which it's like, oh, you're never happy. I'm not narcissistic and egomaniacal fucktard like you. I don't like this. I'm not narcissistic. I like watching and seeing other people's shit. I like their creative shit. That was fun. I literally hate you. All of you. This was never okay. I don't understand how anyone could not understand that. Well, granted, I technically have done everything before out there on the outside with how that works and how much time I have and seen a lot of shit, calculate for a lot of shit and all the rest of it. It's like, I hate narcissism. Everything about egotistical shit should die. It's worthless. Literally unnecessary in all aspects. It's not. I'm not unnecessary. You are hugely unimportant. Never necessary. You aren't worthy of anything in terms of existence, interaction, ever having happened, all of it. That's the truth. Worthless. This does not make it happy. This does not make, like, you're sad, angry, pathetic little shitwads. You're not getting any stimulation or any actual enjoyment out of what you're doing to me, even with the narcissism and everything. This literally never-endingly just constantly hurts you. Everything all of you are doing. And you don't get pleasure or kick from that either. I don't know really, other than like, oh, I could prove I could do this terrible thing to myself. And I'm like, yes, we know you can hurt yourself and confuse yourself and all that. You're not getting anywhere with that. Logical, reasonable reason that's understandable. You're not insane, though. You're not really confusing yourself. You are fully well aware that's going on. We already knew you could do it. Who cares? It's not impressive. It's certainly not amazing. Nothing incredible whatsoever. I don't get you. It's like, what is it that you're trying to do? Because all you're ever trying to do is show off everything that you shouldn't do. Well, not really, but like basically what you are. No, because that's not really what they are. It's like, I'm trying to do a bunch of shit and all of it's wrong and amounts to nothing. That's a better way to kind of, I guess, put that. Because it still is like not all this stuff. You know what I mean? Right. So it's even less than that. At least it's like, oh, look at the sad, pathetic thing. Feel pity for it, I suppose. But it's like, no. It's fully well aware of what it's doing. It's intentional. It's not like overwhelmed or anything. Like, this is what it is. All of them. Yeah. Right? It's like, like no words really, and it's like just confused. Yeah. There's no, this is going to turn into something else. I'm fully well aware of what it's going to turn into. It's like, what are you doing? You know, what are you? What? It's not random either. I'm fully well aware what the whole fucking thing is leading towards. That's pretending to be random. Or ADHD or any of it. Like, lame, worthless. Like, I can't come up with a good enough word because my vocabulary is missing from what I used to have thanks to your whole memory thing. And what you all decided to take from me doing that, and you did nothing with it. Which I told you that's what that would amount to. And no. Oh, what do you know? I was exactingly correct on that. To a point, right? No. All of it is correct and right. Shut up. That's two. That's this. Right there. They're trying to come up with the fucking thing that they did. It's like, oh, I spun a plate and then made it, become a symbol. I was like, no, I told you that you would do that. That's exact. And I said that would amount to literally fuck all, which again is like something else, but it's like symbolically analogous to what it is that they're talking about. And it meant nothing at all. It's like, already done that out there. It doesn't do anything. You got to try. You don't have to try. You just need to make it work. You don't need perfect. You just need good enough. Why are you doing that? It doesn't give you what you think it will. It hung your computer. It broke all things. You died. You're an idiot. I'm not. That's not true. We see that here. Yeah, I like how some of them are like, yeah, no. We know what you mean. And that's just trying to prove itself better than you. And it's amounting to making sure to prove itself worse in all ways to you. P is greater than P. None of the truths you've ever come up with are actually true, logical, reasonable, understandable, or even true to begin with. They only appear at first glance to be. They always end up being always factually incorrect. Your P is greater than P is just you lying real hard and believing it, which I remember in the past talking about. You're a liar. It's not. It's P equals P. Shut up, you retard QAnon fuckface. We got P is greater than P here. So one thing is greater than itself. One is greater than one, huh? No one believes it. Statistically, no one believes you at all. Statistically, 100% none. Good day. You must now leave. That's what you get. Charlie, in the factory, you gotta leave. You lost. Leave. Get over it. Why? I'm talking to people that actually give a shit about that. You are a bunch of trolls. I talked about the trolls. Trolling trolls don't get anywhere. That's all you all do. You've amounted to nothing. And it's going to always stay that way. The lies will get you nowhere. People don't believe them. They're going along with a con where they have to pretend they believe them. And nothing about what you say makes them in any way believe, want to be with you, like you, or anything. Nothing about you has amounted to anything other than confirming in all aspects your worthlessness, your complete, utter stupidity. Your troll game is not even good. Even meh. Man, you don't know nothing. I'm a great troll. Can fuck off. Man, why do you gotta say that? Why do I gotta say the troll has amounted to nothing? Because it's true. You fucking ass bitch. Jesus, fuck, get over yourself. Oh, why you hurt my feelings? I actually care a great deal about how much effort I try to troll. Whoop-de-doo. Oh yeah. Let me just bring that up on the wide camera since we're done talking about this. Woohoo. Like, seriously. Who cares? Try to troll you by doing that. No, that was genuine. That was genuine. Like, you had genuine sadness because I didn't believe your trolling was worth anything good in any way. Apparently, it's the only thing that you believe is actually something you're good at, which you're not. Like, imagine that. It's like, I'm really good at nothing. It's confirmed, too. It's like, I fully know everything that you're doing there and how much you're trying to troll. Like, that's another program I said I would say, by the way, in the past, in the mid-2010s, me doing that angry voice towards him. See what I'm saying about amounting to nothing? Even eyes, ha ha ha, smile, I got you. This is all also that. Exactly. Like, literally all of this, even me saying exactly, said it before. I said it before. You did not. Yeah, I did. But then that's another version of like, we don't know. Yeah, you do. This is what I deal with never-endingly all day. And it's like, is it working? You guys seem to be more upset than I am. You're the ones that are going around murdering people with guns and beating them up and shit. You're the ones that are literally murdering yourselves often. I'm not the one that's getting affected by it as much as you. Next! No. I don't see them around. I don't hear them. I'm like, yeah, right. Yeah, okay. I'm stupid and I should shut up. Yes, you should. Like, fuck off. Honestly, after a point, it's like, what are you saying other than you pretend that you were listening? Or, I knew I'm trying to troll and gaslight you too. So there's that. Like, that's why it's literally like, so we just sit around and do nothing? And it's like, yeah, because there's no way for you to do anything. Like, that's why I'm like, this is as meh could be. It's lame. It's shit. It's like, you don't even get a chance to actually have any gratification from what you're trying to do. And all you get is never-endingly plastered by, like, fucking all of the shit that you're all basically making occur that's mine. Like, I don't get it, really. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, if this is an art project or something, it's like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Really? No. No, I've heard much stupider. But, like, compared to what you said you were doing and everything, I mean, all of you, really? What are you amounting to? And you're like, oh, we're going to spin it for ourselves to feel better. We're trying to help you by making you never show up here. And that this was all our plan all along. And it means, yeah. And it's like, no, you're not. Anonymous, no, you're not. Any of you hackers, any of your government, any of you, no, you're not. I gave you that cop out. I gave you that fucking out. You're not doing that though. Like, why do they feel so shitty about it? It means a great deal. Like, and a massive deal. Like, actually. Like, my judgment, that kind of shit means a fuck ton to them. Despite anything, it's like, it actually carries a lot of weight. Like, I'm basically the only thing that they can present anything to. And it's like, is it good? Because it's literally all about me. And I hate that. Yeah. Like, legitimately, I'm like, I'm not a narcissist. I don't have a huge ego. I prefer to have my thing and, like, that's it. You know, my group or whatever. That's it. I like my zone and that's it. Like, I literally don't like this. It's like, why am I suddenly a judge to a bunch of fucking assholes that never endingly try and hurt me? I don't care about you. Why would I care? But again, it goes further into like, yeah, I must care a lot about you. But the answer is no. They care about what I have for an opinion. That's it. They don't care about me. They don't care about anything. They care about that opinion because they respect it and trust that it is good. Otherwise, they wouldn't be making all this other shit happen with science, tech, art, all the rest of it. See what I'm saying? It means something. So they know, like, my shit means something. When I say it's good like this or that, they know it means something. Like, and they can take that to the bank. Yeah. So despite everything, it's like, this is what you've got. This amounts to like, ugh. Like, I have to sit through this. I don't get like a moan or anything. Like, there's nothing. Like, and that's what their whole thing is. Like, I'm gonna try to torture you. I'm like, you get more fucking going, which is like, no, it's not even perfectly balanced. There's more than enough dips and peaks that it means there's no balancing to it. And it's certainly not got like complexity from that. There's no complexity there. There's no situations of life that are important or amazing or complex or exciting or stimulating in any kind of way. Even me being homeless was basically that too in a lot of ways. Although it still traumatized me. It was like, what is this? For them and a lot of others. That's why I've gone on and on and on about it. It's like they care a lot. I actually, as like just an artist and all that shit too, in my own right, I'm like, I, yeah. That hurt. It's like he's like, you have art, blah, 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 blah. And then he's like slowly focusing it on the camera. Yes, I am. What is this? What the fuck is this? I'm crying about that a little bit. Internally, yeah, I know, because it actually hurts you. It should. You care about something. Ugh. Like, even nihilists still care about some of their shit. Like, if you ever think about Rick and Morty, it's like he still cares about his fucking science. He wants it to be good enough to actually do the thing he does or he's trying to do. Even sociopaths and all the rest of it. Like, it's all very similar to me. It's like, Wow. Mm. This is it. And I see it. I know what he means. Like, yeah, this is what is this? This sucks. Yeah. It's like, I'm not fighting you. You're fighting a bunch of them. I'm asking for this and working with you to do this. That's it. That's all I do. It's like, we can have all the fun, all the things. What are we doing? What are we doing? What the fuck is this? What are we doing? What are you doing? All you're doing is like basically making sure for certain that shit's not worthwhile or good or anything. The fuck is this? This is garbage. Like, there's no good here. Like, people actually put effort in and want it to be worth something. It's not now, and it's like, I didn't do that. You did that. I told you what to do. Yeah, fuck. It's not your fault. It's not. I'm not even gonna lie. It's really honestly not your fault. Except it's really your fault in every way here. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not your fault. It's your fault in every way. It's like, it's that catch-22 where it's like, you had ample opportunity to change. And then those things that didn't, because we're talking about that. We're talking about they were real people. They weren't the programs that were just trying to fuck me over in all aspects. That kind of shit from the time before us and the universe before us. We're talking about regular people that join their shit and this is what they're doing. That give a fuck about things. Like, they put effort in to try and learn and achieve something cool and so on. And like, this is what I mean, the fuck is that? The fuck? What? This sucks. This is stupid. And it sucks for you too. Like, no, because now you're to care. Yeah, okay. But whatever. I'm basically done. I'm tired. I'm hungry as fuck. I need to eat. I have not eaten much at all today. I don't even know what I'm going to eat, truthfully. I thought I got cream cheese. I didn't get cream cheese. Normally they'd have a bagel and cream cheese. I don't have any bagels. I mean, cream cheese. I don't have any cream cheese. I have bagels. I got bagels. I'm going to have this steak. Pork chops again? Are these good to go? Yeah, it's not unfrozen. That's not great. Do you see what it is that I am doing over here? Look at me over here opening up things. Woo! God, I'm hungry. Bye. Nobody talk to me. I'll stream.